There we go. Hello there. Ah, Aeon, what's and welcome. How does it feel being in the Hall of Heroes? You and Bacon can, I don't know, empathize, celebrate, commiserate? Well, Watto and welcome. Oh, sweet mercy in a cup. Oh. One of the fucking leaf blowers outside sounds upsettingly close to a sonic screwdriver from the Doctor Who franchise. And it is very weird. It is very weird. And Yeti, first! You are on the boards. How goes it? I've kind of been having a slow morning. Like, this week's been real intense. So, I'm... letting myself have a chill morning. I have my coffee. I mean, I started roughly on time, roughly. I'm catching up on the hot sheets as we speak. And I love that for us. Oh shit, Dinobot's on it as well? Huh. Oh, and Lance and Legend, Watto and welcome. Yeah, Dinobot's on fucking Quick Draw. Love to see it. And Furball, Watto and welcome. Legend. That's a good duck. Sorry, goose. So how are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Again, like, for those of you who stayed up late, you were there for my big thing, which was last night we finished Elden Ring. And I tried to read a book last night. My brain was just still whirring on Soulsian flavored nonsense. Blue Sky was... I don't know what Blue Sky's popping off about today. But something around people being grumpy at rampant use of power fantasy in video games and how it's all about the hero's journey. And I just kept... Oh, Grayson, thank you kindly. And Devoshi, we went with Rani. It'd been a long-ass time since we hung out, but I did remember that, oh shit, we got married. So she was kind of sitting around waiting for me to do shit, whilst I decided to fuck off to the world of the shadows. Rebels fell asleep thinking about Elden Ring OCs. Well, I was thinking about how it feels like it's a story told, not a story experienced, like narratively. And I don't know how to put it into better words yet, but I'm gonna try. Like, Elden Ring is a game that you play with your character how you want. But it feels like the retelling of a great myth. That whoever you were, Elden Ring is not your journey. Elden Ring is the story they tell of your journey. Does that make sense? The overly ostentatious lavishness of it, it has this great storyteller's charm. I don't know. I haven't, like, fully formed this thought. Angelos, well and welcome. Is this close to being on time? Angelos, I saw you got to the lights. I'm so jelly. That duck kit looks so much fun.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal. Da-dum.
Da-dum. I am not proud to admit how old I was as an individual before I realised that's what Netflix's little sideshow was called and why. Yeah, Legend. That's the vibe I've got now I've finished Elden Ring. It somehow is simultaneously a very grounded story while being impossibly massive. It has the feel of a legend. Oh, and Dustin, what? Oh, and welcome. Oh, Angelos, that sounds feckin' great. I have been trying to chip away at this, like, Zaku real grade I've got. And it is so fucking fiddly. It makes me want to fight things. Verbal, not grandeur. See, in Bloodborne, the world of Bloodborne is completely ostentatious. But that's because, you know, the Blood Church, the Blood Ministration Church made fucking bank becoming, like, the cure-all religious drug wine. Like, there's a reason why Yharnam is so overpopulated, so built, and so over the top, right? Because they made bank until shit went wrong. With Elden Ring, like, it's a tale of families and gods and powers impossible, right? It feels less like a tale of grandeur and more like, you know, the stories of legend. Rebel said it'd be fun to go around sometimes and say what legendary weapons descriptions our Tarnished would leave behind. Ooh. Okay, actually, Rebels, can you do something for me? Put a pin in that. Next week, we're going to do Elden Ring. I tripped myself up again. I had it down pat earlier. Elden Ring and Wine and Cheese. So, obviously you don't have to drink, but we'll do a wine and cheese night, but for Elden Ring. I'll see if anybody wants to come around and talk about it who's finished the stuff and what have you. Because I really like that idea. I like the idea that it feels that when you finish your journey, the weapon that you leave behind would be a legendary item. You know? So yeah. Yeah, Devoshi, maybe that's it. The stagnant feeling of Elden Ring. Like, in the Soulsian franchise, you're always there at the end of an age. It is an age where things are decaying and dying. In Elden Ring, everything has stagnated because death is gone. Oh, and Shaunerus, Watto and welcome. And maybe that's what gives it that, like, that legend-like quality. You are the only force of change. Breaking this, like, impossible stalemate. Yes. Well, legend, like, and when you realise the power of some of the things that you wield by the end of it. Yeah, I mean, I always felt that Sekiro was the most poetic of the themes of, like, you know, death and rebirth. That Sekiro is about the seductive temptation of immortality. That it can warp even the best of ideals. Devotion said also, what would the Tarnished Great Rune do? all right. Let's save this for next week. But I really like that. Because it's our story, what would our runes affect? You know? Grayson, that would be fucking cool. It would be a nightmare project to actually make, but if we put actually making video games out of our head for a second, a FromSoft type game where you play the beginning and the end. So you play the start of the age. You know, like in Dark Souls, like, you're there, you're buff, you're throwing lightning bolts at dragons, and then snap cut, and it's the end of the cycle. But your actions are what shaped that. That would be good. Would be a fucking nightmare to make. Big feckin' sword and stinky breath. Well, like, Therapy Sword and the Dragon, like, we need to play Fable 3. We need to play Fable 3. It's so wildly weird, but it really tried to do a lot of the things we're talking about. It didn't succeed, but it tried. And honestly, I'm not saying that FromSoft needs to swing for this, but, you know, if someone turned around and was like, yo, we're, you know, in our newest game, you will, at the start of it, you have this crappy sword. By the end of it, it will be a legendary weapon based on your adventure. That sounds fucking cool. Fable's problem was that you get the weapon very early on, and once a facet is locked in, it's locked in forever. So, like, most people end up with a wolf sword, because in early game, that's all you fight, is wolves. You know what I mean? What you have to do is kind of stash it, and then come back to it. Yeah. Anyway, so Watto and welcome, friends. Hello, hello. I hope you're all doing as well as you can. There are loads of great games out today. I am going to be going with Laws. Why did I pick tongue twisters as games to play today? What the fuck is wrong with me? Lorne's Lure. Lure's Lorne? Yeah, Lorne's Lure today. So we are going to be doing, like, impossibly massive free climbing in this surrealist environment. Because I wanted something that would be weird and different today, but I wanted something that wouldn't be too stressful or too, like, ooga booga booga. And I've been wanting to do this game for fucking ages. I was originally going to do Lorne's Lure as a YouTube series, but fuck it, we're playing it together. But in terms of games that have come out today, Secret Agent Wizard Boy and the International Crime Syndicate has dropped. So if you need peak turf smashing goodness, it's time to don the outfit of, what is it, Giuseppe Strongboy and the briefcase of meatballs. Now, I know most of you played Secret Agent Wizard Boy in Steam Next Fest in the Ilk. It is only $8, and it is the Zemanskis. If you look over on the page, hang on, let me just bring it up for you, because if you haven't seen it, I'm very happy to be the one to show this to you. Giuseppe Stromboli in the briefcase of meatballs. Thank you, Dustin. You are the scholar who remembers these. But check this out. Hang on, let me bring it back. It is physics-flavored fuckery in the best way. Oh, the fuck! I forgot to turn off Shark Facts! Fuck! Oh, fuck you guys. Sharks have a 4-chambered heart that lies forward, close to the gills. Ah, bastards. Blood returning from the body loaded with carbon dioxide enters the rear chamber, lol, and is pumped forward through the gills when it is released. A new supply of oxygen is taken up and recycled and repeated. And for brain power, the ratio of brain weight to body weight in sharks is greater than that of almost any bony fish, and equal to that of many birds and mammals. They're fucking smart! Huh. Angeles, I'm sorry for your loss. The Gex games did not survive. Also, something struck me this morning while I was looking at Secret Agent Wizard Boy. It's that, like, the Turf Wizard games are now kind of like a double stinker because it's fucking Warner Brothers and fucking slag face of turf doom. Like, a factor of evil in video games and a factor of evil in the world, funneling that into a game. Oh, and sorry. And for other games that dropped today, so Nights in Tight Spaces, the follow-up to Fights in Tight Spaces, is out. Do No Harm's finally dropped. Now, Chernobylite 2 has dropped in early access, and it's currently not doing great, but I think it's more technical problems than anything. Like, okay, so I have this theory. So for those of you who don't know, I fucking loved Chernobylite. Does anybody not know about Chernobylite? Does anyone want a quick pitch on that one? Oh shit, they're using generative AI stuff? No! Dicks! They're using AI-generated translations and voice-to-text speech. Damn it. Well, hopefully that's shit they can pull out. I don't know, maybe I'll see the farm at GDC and be like, homies, Alright, well, you know what? I'm just going to tell you about Chernobylite then, because I love talking about this game, and if you haven't heard of it, then I get to be the one to show it to you. So this is Chernobylite. Came out a fair few years ago. It is unrelated to the Stalker franchise. It is a first-person, like, it is a first-person exploration game about setting up a sci-fi heist. The goal of this game is to put together a plan and a team to launch a heist on whatever strange shit is going inside the ruins of the Chernobyl power plant. On the way, you meet a bunch of weird and interesting individuals, and you would invite them to join your team. You build up your own little base. It has an interesting little mechanic in that it is not roguelike per se, but for each day you go out to go and find stuff, it's one adventure, right? If you die while you're in the field, that just means your day's adventure was a failure. It is not spoopy. It does a little bit of the spoops. But ultimately, it's a fucking heist game. Now, the reason why I end up talking about it is not just because I really enjoyed it, but it solves one of the problems with the Bethesda style of storytelling, where you're in a conversation and you're given two choices that feel pretty innocuous, but because of the way it's presented to you, you know, as a consumer, you're about to get asked some... What you're being asked right now is going to have a huge impact on the story. Thus creating kind of like a decision paralysis. Chernobylite allows you to rearrange the story beats using the aforementioned Chernobylite technology. And it's really fucking good. It's really good. Like, yeah, it is 80% off on Steam. It's very, very good. If you don't have a rig that can run Stalker 2, and you've been wanting something that really does have some teeth to it with a bit of shooty gun bang, I can't recommend this highly enough. I'm disappointed that their follow-up's using, like, generative AI stuff. They're also the same team that did Get Even, which is a wildly creative, like, one part walking sim, one part shooter. Yeah, there's the gang. But yeah, with a lot of these games, you often find yourself worried that you've made the wrong choices, that you've trapped yourself in this like narrative path you couldn't understand. Yeah, I mean, Furball, like, I'm human, right? I want to believe that for their sequel, they're not actually using generative AI stuff. They're using Google Translate and text-to-speech, and they don't understand the AI disclosure part of Steam. I want to believe that. But again, that's because it's a game that I love. So, without... like, I won't be supporting Chernobylite 2 until we know. But it is an independent game, and I do think they launched Chernobylite 2 into early access to try and generate funds before things went south. You know what, Sadlin? Divershi, very good points. Very good points. But... Anyway. If they are, then I won't be promoting them until they get rid of it. Like, as anyone who's done any communication via Google Translate knows, it's not good. And yes, okay, actual translation for games is way more expensive than people give it credit for. Right? I mean, shit. We're not just talking about translation, we're talking about localization as well. Which is, boy howdy, way easier said than done. Man, Get Even was so good. I'm so glad we streamed that. I know it was a million years ago, but... Sorry, the same team... You know what, fuck it, I'll just show you. I'm doing that thing again where I talk about a video game and I forget. I can just show you. So this was Get Even. It actually earns the title of psychological thriller. It's not a horror game. But you play this, like, doop-de-doo, apples and pears agent who's trying to explore memories to find out where a kidnapped lass is being held. Oh, yeah, proper doop-de-doo, apples and pears. But even that ends up being part of the experience. I fell in love with this because in a time where everybody was so busy wanking themselves off to Layers of Fear and what if we combine Fulstrom culling with jump scares? Oh, it's so arty. They went, all right, what can we do with this and make it interesting? You know, they made a big feeling game on a very small budget. Same with Chernobylite. Chernobylite feels like a big get. Hey!
All my spices got relabeled. Cooking last night wasn't a problem, but I'm going to forget at some point and make a mistake. The time is cumin.
God damn it. God damn it! Ehrman, thank you so much for 1,000 bits. Keeping my dumb ass alive for coming up on 7 years. Fuck that joke. Oh... I don't know. We're going to need well, I'm at least going to need a better way of classifying games as we're moving forward. Oh no.
Okay, but what if we take this idea and instead go into the brain of someone having to listen to Baby Shark over and over?
Jesus. I was expecting a joke, and that's just a horrifying idea. We're going to need a bigger boat. They already made that game. It's called Soma.
Stop that incessant clicking.
1 liter of bees! Hey, Jackie, did I ever tell you? I like my women like I like my coffee. Covered in bees! Yeah, Kakazi, I still have nightmares about... Oh no.
Bigger boats do.
It's a mod for any shark-themed game that replaces the shark with one of the sharks from Baby Shark. And Diversion, thank you as well, friend. You're throwing in cash, you keep me alive, and you gave my guinea pigs fresh kale. Yeah, I spent $4 and bought a basil plant, and it's not happy with me. My other plant's growing great. Basil, not doing so hot. I don't know why I brought that up. Okay, kale for lunch 2 Nug Days. Is there a nudity patch for Kane and Lynch 2? Because I feel like one of these days we should just get shithoused and replay Kane and Lynch 2. Kane and Lynch 1 has one great moment, a couple of mid-set pieces, and the rest of it's dog shit. But Kane and Lynch 2 is a fucked up fever dream. It's not good, but you know what? It's very unique. But there's a lot of wobbly knobs in it. There's a lot of wobbly knobs in it. Oh, basil can be finicky. Okay, it makes me feel a little better. Oh, it just grows once and dies. Oh no. Sorry, little guy. Welcome to your final home, I guess. Alright. That makes me feel a little bit better. Yeah, Lance, that's how I get banned on Twitch. Drunk off my ass playing Kane and Lynch 2. Okay, so a couple weeks ago, Dustin makes this little funny fucking meme, and it's the 2 guinea pigs reworked to, what is it? Kale for lunch 2 Nug Days, and that made me laugh a lot. But I've been thinking more and more about Kane and Lynch 2. Now, for those who don't know, like, it launched, everybody fucking hated it. It was reviewed terribly. And everything kind of left it at that. It was during kind of like Square Enix's experimental phase. God, you know, Kane and Lynch is probably one of the reasons why Square doesn't give a shit about things that aren't Final Fantasy. But what was really interesting about it was how throughout a lot of gameplay segments, they use this idea of a physical camera person to shake it up. Which makes a lot of people just feel ill. But I'm thinking about it now, and they heavily rely on filters to give it this, like, Series 7 The Contenders vibe. Meets, like, I don't know, some, like, acid Hong Kong blood opera video nasty that your mate found in the bottom of a bargain bin. You know what, Lance? There was also this stuff around, well, which would lead to the founding of Giant Bomb, but yeah. That stink didn't wash off for Kane and Lynch 2. I don't even dare throw up the fucking trailers for it, because I just, you know, it's 2:30 in the afternoon, and I don't need cold, shriveled, wobbly knobs flopping about for us. But no, so my point being is that it uses a lot of techniques that the indie space has been experimenting with pretty heavily. And what I was saying with Chernobylite and Get Even is that they're small games that feel massive, right? It's okay. It's part of the watershed in the UK. Whip them out. I don't know. It's like, there's the half-forming of an idea here, like, because like, we've all played games that go for that kind of that cinematic mode, and very rarely do they land. Oh, and Dice Goddess, Watto and welcome. But use of cinema techniques, or I should say like heavy filters and shaders, can make janky assets look really swish. Like, one of the things that was really interesting was last year, this like small boom in body cam games that looked hauntingly real. But predominantly, they hadn't cracked some new technology shit. They just used a lot of UE5 filters, plus a fisheye lens camera that was lower and really succeeded. So, I don't know. But a lot of the old guard, especially the old guard in indie, have reached this, like, we're all fucking doomed level. And I have a feeling it's going to carry over into GDC a little bit. So many stubby white guy games. You know, Angelos, I completely agree. It was the stubby white guys in cover. We definitely need to... Max Payne 3 is one we should probably pick out again. But yeah, there's a bunch of people, games industry side, who are freaking the fuck out right now. And their thought comes on something that we've talked about a lot, which is, you know, how the games drought is coming and that indies will be stepping into this space. A lot of the old guard are freaking out because there isn't the funding to get your indie game made up front. Like, without giving away the farm, it's very difficult to get an advance right now. And that's going to be very true for a while. And the next wave of individuals are probably going to be self-funded. Like, that's what I personally think we'll see in terms of big successes in 2026, 2027. And Verbal, Watto and welcome. I don't know. This is just a mentality that's permeating a lot of discussion right now. And one thing I've tried to do with the Longship is not... like, talk about the realities of it. And that is true. But I guess that's just how it's going to be. So rather than throwing our hands in the air and go, video games are doomed! No more games! It's like, alright. The game, lol, I just fucking lost it. Fuck me. God damn it, I just lost the game. What I meant to say was, like, the wheels turned again. We're still in the churn. And we can either lament what should be, or we can look at what is, and we can get to work. Because it fucking sucks. But in the same breath, we're about to see a complete change. Hey, Elvis. Well, so Lance, the problem is those big mode style peeps, they want either full control or they want finished games. Like, when we talked about big mode's latest signing is a game that is already finished. And looking at some of the deals that are bouncing around that will be available this year, like, these small publishers or mid-sized publishers, they want games that are as close to finished as physically possible. And they want so much control. I saw some stuff doing the rounds last night. It was just a little... hang on, let me see if I've still got this here. I think I put it on my favorites. So Angela says, what's the use of signing a game that's already finished just to do release of? Essentially, yeah. Right now, you're kind of just buying like a background radiation of sales. So, you know, you give the person a chunk of change, but then that game continues to sell on Steam and continues to generate just a little bit of revenue. Get a nice plethora of those going. That way, month in, month out, people are, you know, people are always be buying games. And Alice, you're not wrong. I mean, there's also translation and porting. That tends to be the big ones that people want. You know, getting a game to run on the Switch is not easy, despite what people say. And if a publisher comes around and goes, hey, I'll give you a huge chunk of change, I now publish you, I'll handle the Switch release and future marketing, you just keep making game stuff. You know? That's kind of tempting. But that means that there's a really limited environment. Hang on, now where was this on my likes? I don't want to earmark this shit.
Hansel and Gretel was going to be about children who loved dairy products. They would have stumbled upon cottage cheese.
That's so bad. That's so bad. Akira Zero, thank you for the bits. That was fucking terrible. Oh yes, okay, so this was the thing I was looking at this morning over coffee. Now, I don't think this is super up-to-date, because a lot of this data is taken from last year and the previous year, and, like, games publishing has changed so much, but this company called Voyalore put out their video game publishing agreements, and it's a shorthand for the kinds of deals that were being offered. It's like agreements with an advance, so you sign a publishing deal and the publisher gives you a chunk of change up front. Agreements without an advance, the kind where you don't have, they don't pay you on handshake, there might be milestones. And then console-only agreements, right? So that's what we're talking about. This here in blue is like, you made the game, it's not out on any other consoles, so what do? Right? Now their information, again, I think is really out of whack, because like 41 on average dev rev share, I've been hearing the average this year is close to 70, i.e. the publisher takes 70% of revenue. But that's for a publisher that pays you up front. Right? Now, this one about publishers charging markup on services, how did they get that info? So, I think this is not perfect, but it's an interesting jumping off point, right? Because it does mean, like, the whole console-only agreements, or republishing, if you will. Markup on services is something that I don't think we need to talk about right now, but if, touch wood, when the industry bounces back, markup on services is them saying like, hey, if you sign a deal with us, we'll give you marketing support. And you say, how much is that? And they'll say, we'll give you $50,000 worth of marketing, right? Now, what that means is that their staff's time allocated into hours plus any additional spend. But sometimes this becomes a bit of a fugazi, because you have no oversight on how the publisher is marketing your shit. So they might say, oh, well, we did 50K's worth of marketing, and really, fucking Dave the intern just sent it out on the usual press list email blast, and that was it. You'd never know. Right? Trying to think if there's anything else here. Yeah, so this one is also pretty fucking skewed in terms of advances. Because here they're saying like the highest advance they know was 6 mil. The lowest they recorded was 20,000. But as we've talked about right now, it's really hard to get less money than more, even if you can now find a deal. But before things took a nosedive, it was much, much harder to get $20,000 than 5 million. A few details on who they spoke to, like only 6% of people failed to recoup their advance, etc. Sequels clauses. It was far more common for there to be a sequel clause with advances than without them. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Oh, sorry, this is on intellectual property. So this is saying that if a publisher gives you money, only like roughly 5%. Only 5% of agreements with an advance, the publisher owns the IP. There's no fucking way. Like, that's going to be, at a generous estimate, 60-40 in the publisher's favor. They want the IP. Like, they want the IP. If the game is successful, they don't want you having that. That's their moneymaker. Oh, yeah, no, Ehrman, the 5 mil thing is not bizarre. It does make sense. It's also anything below, I wanted to say it was like 100k. If the indie team took 100k from a publisher and then just went deuces and went to Mexico, it would cost them more in legal fees to get that 100k back. 5 mil you can get back. So yeah. It's interesting with merchandising because there's only a handful of studios for which like merch is part of the pre-discussion. Some of them do, but for the most part, games publishers don't consider merch to be a big money maker. Like, you know, there are big entities. For example, things like Mass Effect, Fallout, they make mad bank on merch, right? But predominantly, most publishers don't really fuck with it anymore because it costs more in logistics and like raw materials than it does. Like, something has to be a massive cult hit, but sorry, you know what? I forget what got me onto this thread. I just saw this doing the rounds yesterday and people discussing it. Oh, just the fucking wheel has turned. And oh, Mega Boss. Pokemon doesn't make silly money on merch. Pokemon is a brand, first and foremost. The games are but a fraction of what makes Pokemon money. The games don't make Pokemon money. Pikachu makes money. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean, I'm not trying to bully a comment, I cannot smash home how much Pokemon makes more money than fucking, like, Disney type shit. Just on, like, brand deals, licensing deals, everything. A lot of people have commented on how they feel the quality of the Pokemon games hasn't kept step with everything else. And it's like, yeah. I mean, except for Pokemon Dwarf Star Wars multiple times over. Lightsabers ain't shit to Pikachu. Yeah, Nova, I thought you might like this. It's a cool shirt someone sent me. Can't remember who though. Thank you. Anyway, talking about how much cash fucking Pokemon makes is quasi-irrelevant when we're talking about, like, the state of things. What I'm trying to say to you is that now is the time to start making your game. You should pursue publishing money. You should pursue grants where you can, right? I'm not saying abandon hope. I'm not saying give up. But right now, start making your shit. Because all the old guard, especially in indie dev, have just thrown their hands up and gone, well, no. Or the ones who do have support through the next couple of years are just keeping their fucking heads down. Which is fine. No shit on that. But this means that the old guard are about to start bowing out, right? Rami is a great friend of the long shit. He's a great friend. To look at his comms from the last like year and a half, like, the dude has given up. games are dead, as far as Rami is concerned. And I guess we're waiting for who our next Rami in the space is, right? We can look at what was. We can look at the games industry and how it was. There's valuable knowledge there. But if we sit around all day praying and hoping that it's going to suddenly be 2010 all over again, then nothing's going to fucking happen. However, instead of letting the old guard bury us with this idea that things are done, that things are over, we can make shit that we want to see and then see where it takes us. You know? You know? Oh yeah, no, and Devoshi, yeah, Pokemon is wild. The weird one is still Eva in my mind, because it doesn't do numbers outside of Japan, and yet in Japan, it is such a force of nature. A great reminder that, like, when looking at the power of IPs, English language-centric thinking can definitely bury one. End of Evangelion, Evangelion makes stupid money. And it has been for a very long time, even prior to the continuation. And I think that's a fair assessment. One of the interesting things at Sega was just learning how much cash that Sonic as an IP makes, comparable to its relevancy in video games. Like, you know, Dreamcast, no more. Sonic games are no longer a huge, like, monumental release. Not to the extent that we see, like, with Mario games, the same thing. But Sonic as an IP, Sonic as a brand, still makes fat stacks. One of the things that helped really solidify that as a data point was Sonic Boom. The game was a disaster, both commercially and creatively. Sonic Boom, the cartoon, made stupid money because it was syndicated everywhere. It was a relatively cheap production to make, and it was good. It's fucking funny as. So it just... sorry, we're flitting between two very, very different points that, like, Pokemon will consume the world and make your cool game, you bastard. And yeah, and Nova, jumping back to the Pokemon one, you kind of hit the nail on the head there, that investing more money into Pokemon's video game sections doesn't affect sales. Yeah, make your cool game, you bastard, before Pokemon consumes the world. Look, if any one IP was going to take over the world, I'm glad it was Pokemon, you know? I'm glad it was Pokemon. Well, and so Rebels, this kind of comes into another point that we've discussed a bunch of times, and I think you all know that also the discussions around a property or a title don't reflect, or don't always reflect its sales. Like, everyone and their cat had an opinion about the last Pokemon game. It sold fucking great. You know? Oh, wait, cool. I actually haven't spent any time with Let's Go Eevee. Legend, I'm not helping. Keep playing those demos. Do it. Make sure to wish list, follow if you're really interested, help some indies, be a hero. Well, so one of the other interesting things as well is that I see how Bravery Network Online's doing. Very limited. Oh, Jesus. Bravery Network hasn't been updated in 3 years. Fuck. Oh shit, they put the Trader Joe's sign up. Fucking you. Sorry, so here's one of the other ones just for the discussion of data points. So this is Bravery Network Online. Let me show you this. This game came out a fair few years ago. We did a stream of it when it dropped. And it is the best Pokemon game ever made that isn't a Pokemon game. Oh, sorry, let me phrase this another way. This is like competitive Pokemon as a standalone game, and it's fucking brilliant, and no one played it. Now, why did that happen? One could start deconstructing it a million different ways. The marketing was odd. The Scott Pilgrim art style is really cool, but it doesn't immediately translate to the Pokemon fandom, as opposed to something like Pal World. I don't know what happened to the dev team. And Angelos, I believe that's what they were going for with the art style, that it's supposed to look like a fighting game, but it plays like competitive tier Pokemon. So let's see what happened with Gloam. So this is one of my little habits, is whenever I find out about a studio like this or a thing like this, I always dive into research. So I've got a website to check. Let's see what it's at. Okay, well, whatever their website was has been repurposed by someone. Okay. Alright, they're called the Gloam Collective. Alright, let's see if we can find out what happened to them. It's so wild because I would have assumed that this game was ticking along very happily with a really intense little network community. Yeah, this is... Oh man, this is like one of those nature documentaries where you... let's check back in on the fucking Charmander family. Wow. Yeah, Braver, their game sites are down. The whole thing is toast. No, I can't find the. I can't find anything concrete on them. Alright. Anyway, so my point being is that the visual trappings and the ecosystem of Pokemon is not to be underestimated. That mechanically the games don't offer something that can be replicated outside of the experience to the same degree that you would expect considering its popularity. And that might be why they're very, very cautious. They're very, very cautious to invest more money in the actual games themselves. I don't know. Nintendo make decisions very, very, very slowly. And look, I'm just happy the next Pokemon game lets me have my fucking Tepix back. Let's go! Man. The whole, My coffee is not happy with me. Anyway, friends, we can deconstruct Pokemon until we are blue in the face. I hope that one day one of you has that level of success where we need to deconstruct Pokemon. Like... Sorry. Multi-track drifty potato, my apologies. But yeah, I hope that you'll get to the level of success where we have to talk about how it is that we're going to structure all of your success and everything. Right now, I just want to work out how we get your game out there and doing as well as it can, you know? Like, I'm sorry, friends. I woke up to a lot of, you know, the old guard, the people who I learnt from, the people who I wouldn't say studied under, but who looked up to moving into the gaming space, all being ready to be like, nope, video games are fucked. No more games for anybody. Games industry over. And then I look around and I'm like, I think you mean how you make video games is over. Like, shit just changed. Alright, and no, we shouldn't be in essentially what is like a game dev gig economy. We shouldn't be in a situation where, you know, people have to risk it for a biscuit first and then continue. But that's where we're at. So how do we do that without dying and without going insane? Right? I just keep thinking of, is it Amos from The Expanse? Like, it's just all part of the churn. And if you want to sit around and whinging about how things used to be, that's fine, but it doesn't do anything. Yeah, I mean, Edwin, a paradigm shift is troubling for the old guard, because when they rose to prominence, was a very different world. And this is I'm not shitting on Rami, I'm not shitting on anybody. They talk about it so much. Nova, yeah, Amos from the Expanse, not Amos the dog, who is named after Amos from the Expanse. But like, there isn't going to be another Xbox Live Arcade indie explosion, right? We're not going to have a situation where there are 5 indie games that come out a year and everybody puffs on their little pipe and discusses them. Braid was fucking trash. I'm there, I said it. Braid was always trash. But it came out at a time when there was nothing else. When every game was a mid to large style, bearded white guy bowing into cover and shooting things. Right? And then here came along this little like Mario game with the serial numbers filed off, and we all exploded like, oh my god! How you could just make a Mario game? That's not gonna happen again, right? You know, Rami has been incredibly influential in the industry. Rami made money in the explosion of Mabage. You know, Nuclear Winter did good. It didn't do awful, it sold well. But Ridiculous Fishing? Like, we cannot understate how much money that made. You can't do that now. If you made a game on Mabage that is a game that you just buy and then play and are done, congratulations, you've made no money. Alanis, there you go. There you got it. Edwin, you say you can't believe it, but it's J-Blow. Like, Mr. I'll argue with anyone in any comment section ever. Fucking wanker. Mr. Piss Jug. Okay, so Ehrman, that is a very good point. Right now, discoverability. That's the word that everybody is throwing around. What needs to be discussed is less discoverability and more quality threshold. I think that having come through this last Steam Next Fest, right, I actually don't think discoverability is as big a problem right now as it has been in prior years. People look at the number of games coming out on Steam and they see the game not getting noticed, and there's a lot of freaking out. Whereas, like, looking through this Steam Next Fest, the expected quality threshold is fucking wild. And even more so, quality doesn't necessarily reflect visual fidelity, animation quality, or fucking, you know, animations or what have you. It is a general overall quality in adherence to the vibe or to the intent of the title. That's why Creepy Redneck Dinosaur Mansion 3 is a high quality title, because it's a meta-narrative deconstruction from the perspective of a character trapped in a demo, right? Repo is doing gangbusters right now. It's fucking funny. The quality threshold is ridiculous. It is a 6-player co-op game with physics-based interaction and, like, audio reactive facial animations. Right? Like, the expectation of quality is fucking high right now, and no one's talking about that. You know? You can get discovered. You can get discovered in a way that is, like, actionable and repeatable, but you've got to have the quality behind it. Yeah, I mean, Edwin, the fact that you played and enjoyed that demo means that it did good. Steam as a platform still has problems. And it is an environment in which success begets success, right? Like, you have to break certain barriers to continue to sell, to continue to succeed. But the problem is, like, you can no more guarantee the quality of a finished product than I can guarantee its coverage. Do you know what I mean? And Dustin, again, like, I disagree. There were, like, what was it, over 1,000 demos for Steam Next Fest? And a bunch of new titles did get a huge rise out of that one. But if you go and look at the... If you scroll through, so many of those demos were just shitey AI slop that will drop to the bottom, you know? The democratization of Steam does mean that while shitey titles feel like they take up space, they just disappear. I don't know, throughout last year and this year, I've seen titles follow the playbook of how to get discovered on Steam and then succeed doing it. The problem is, like I said, the quality threshold is ever increasing. One thing that somebody else pointed out to me is that, like, with Steam becoming the dominant platform, games don't get delisted on Steam unless somebody's a fucking knob end looking at you, J-Lo, or otherwise, right? So that means you're not going up against what is out right now. You're going up against everything that came before. The one... And I don't agree with it from a consumer standpoint, but from a business standpoint, back in the day, each console release wiped the slate clean. You could be the first shooter on a new console. You could be the first RPG, right? I look at like Lost Odyssey and crap like that on the 360. You're not going up against a crapload of other JRPGs in that space because the console just came out. All you have is this like small pool. Over on Steam, you release a JRPG, you're going up against all of it. And again, the quality threshold needs to be discussed. And I don't know, I need to find a way to quantify it better because originality counts towards that, like, observable quality, you know. And that also includes things that are mimetic. You know, only cans broke through because it's a game about cans making sex noises. That is original, and its production quality was really good. It stuck to one... It had one joke, and it did that joke perfectly. Right? Yeah, Hamsonator, there was a heckin' time when Uno was the game on digital platforms because it had full Xbox Live integration along with camera and mic support, and it was fucking free. I'm looking at you, 1 versus 1,000. That was awesome. Yeah, genres. That's a very, very good point. You release a JRPG now, and you're going up against, you know, Metaphor and Persona and all of these. Now, I know that sounds scary, and I know it sounds like I'm dooming people from the start, but we need to regard the concept of, you know, on the shoulders of giants very, very literally now, and how you create something in that space. Also, is there a JRPG where you play a guy in London running a chippy? Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. Now, I know why we don't have a version of 1 versus 1,000 on Steam. Kind of like the open mic comedy night game that just descended into people screaming racist shit at each other. But my point being, you can succeed in this space. You absolutely can. But it's not going to be done by making safe choices and doing the exact same thing that everybody else before you did. Be that visually, be that creatively, like... And right now, Right now, you need to make your weird shit. And I know I keep banging this drum when we're having these conversations. And I know it seems like I'm fucking, like, huffing crazy people gas. You know, we keep seeing all these studios making layoffs, indie publishers freaking out, and here I am being like, don't fucking worry about it. What I mean is, like, the wheel's about to have its last big turn for a while. And if you wait a year, the wheel will turn without you. So Furball, in that regard, you're not wrong, but as with all things in video games, nothing is ever simple. You need to consider the kinds of titles to be whether or not you need to differentiate yourself from your competitors or you need to embrace them, right? With the explosion of these like comedy co-op games, take the good elements from your friends, but visually you have to differentiate yourself. With JRPGs, there is a consumer base for them. And more people brought into large experiences does expand upon those genres in terms of consumers, but I would personally say that emulating the Shin Megami Tensei style is going to set a level of expectation that you as a creative absolutely cannot match. Finding a way to differentiate your visual style while keeping like mechanical similarities probably be the best way to go. You know. Ultimately, not all genres are like growth genres. But fuck, that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. That's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. Okay, Angelos, that's a fascinating one. So Angelos was saying that a lot of these genres have very established tropes for a reason, but it reminds Angelos of when they worked as a concept artist, and they were saying that they didn't like fantasy because it had all been done before. And Angelos is like, mate, no, Tolkien has been done to death, sure, but it's fantasy. You can do anything. Yeah, well, so, Furball, yeah, the quest for the perfect Phasmophobia. See, Phasmophobia, in that kind of, like, comedy chaos genre, definitely opened up a pit, in that Phasmophobia is kind of fractured into two... sorry, not Phasmophobia the title, but the things inspired by it are fractured into two styles. One, which is kind of like the group investigative spooky shit, and one, which is more of the comedy co-op. And the two do interweave. It's interesting that a lot of people saw Phasmophobia and embraced the ghosts and horror element, and a few teams went, wait, it's really fun when things go wrong in Phasmophobia. Embraced that, and then here the fuck we are. Here the fuck we are. It is interesting how much breathing room we still have for fantasy games in... that sort of fantasy genre in games. You know... You know me, I'm fucking obsessed with Kill 6 Billion Demons. And Lancer by extension. Actually, let me just check to see if there's a new page up. No, not yet. Like... there's so much more breathing room that one can do. We constantly talk about games like Morrowind that shook everybody the fuck up on what you could do in terms of a fantasy world. And we never went there. We never went there. Anyway, one of the games I'm thinking of doing after Elden Ring is Dread Delusion, because if you want to do cool, fresh shit, like, let's fucking go. Let's do Clockwork Abominations. Let's do Mushroom Forests. Let's do the Land of Immortals, Cursed Never to Die. All with a kind of subset of, like, quasi 40k Inquisition vibes. Like, let's fucking go. You know, one game that I'm not sure when I should stream it, but I'm going to stream it. And it has a bastard name, so I just have to scroll back and look at it. Oh wait, I know you're here. Oi, you bastard! There we go. I think it's Perpetuania? Let me show you this. So this, we played it during Steam Next Fest. This is a tiny project. It's a little bit 90s, like, webcomic anime. It's a lot of, like, Slavic grunge filtered through, like, Oni, Ghost in the Shell. And it's fucking good. It is the no-holds-barred follow-up to Deus Ex. It is Divine Cybermancy with the fucking limiters taken off. Now, it's out in early access at the moment, and I don't know if this is one to play early or not. I don't want to burn out on it, right? But it is unapologetic. It is punk as fuck, right? In terms of visual fidelity, I mean, it's got the same visual trappings as a Half-Life 1 mod, but Edwin says, I hate to say it, but they're one of the people the demo was designed to weed out. Yeah, Slavic grunge, Ghost in the Shell. And I don't think you were supposed to be weeded out. It was, like, I died in the tutorial, like, 2 or 3 times. And then realizing that you actually need to have a tape player to listen to tapes in that early area, and having that, like, oh, it's one of those games moment. Oh, sorry, and Vanderbeast, thank you for filling a pint glass, friends. You lot being fucking cool to do. Thursdays are usually way quieter than this. Okay. Right, so on the subject of cool fucking small weird games, today I would like to play with you all Lorne's Lore. Now, I'm going to do my best not to scream around this game at a breakneck pace. I'm going to do my best. Alright? And Dustin, White Knuckle will be good, but the reason we're doing Lorne's Lore and not... Well, actually, no, White Knuckle hasn't dropped, has it? Has it? Oh, it hasn't dropped yet. Okay. I am looking at White Knuckle, and it does look fascinating. But the reason why I wanted to do Lorne's Lore is, like, 2 things. One, the pace of it is as frenetic or as peaceful as you want it to be. Meaning that we can stop and look and take our time with it. Yeah, Dustin, I was just worried that... I need to get a different coffee. I was a little worried that White Knuckle had come out already. White Knuckle is a first-person climbing game, and they're a very stressful one at that. Lorne's Lore is, well, and I quote, an android led through a vast structure by a glitch in his visual system. Lorne's Lore is an atmospheric narrative first-person platformer with novel climbing mechanics. Wasn't safe. Though they are often said to be stupid, sharks in captivity have been taught to perform simple tasks. Sharks are smart enough. They don't need to be any smarter. Alright. Okay, so let's get this game set up. I'll quickly pour myself another coffee while we're trundling through this. And we can begin to fucking explore. Like, I love the idea of, hang on. I love the idea of urban exploration. I have not had the opportunity to get involved with it while being an adult. That's fair. Wait. Ugh. Don't do this to me.
Mako Tsunami was Joey Wheeler's rival in Yu-Gi-Oh! He loved summoning card shucks.
Fuck off. Hey, here's an idea. Monitor 1. Ugh. It's being a butt. Okay. Monitor 1. Resolution set. Save. I am gonna get fight. Sorry, Kira Zero. Thank you for the 500. And yeah, you did just get a new badge, a new shield to unleash. Thank you. Oh Jesus, that was like pulling teeth. Oh. Okay. So here we are. Turn on explore mode for a relaxed experience instead of default mode that has extreme challenges and timed sections. Do we want that? I'm kind of considering it, if I'm being perfectly honest. Oh, fuck sticks. Oh, this is going to be one of those days. Alright, friends. I'm going to pull that coffee. I fucking need it. I fucking need another coffee. Are you babies happy now you've eaten your fill of salad? Oh, does anyone want a cup of tea or anything while I'm pouring? Anyone want anything? Tea, coffee, blood of your enemies, blood of my enemies. Actually, there's a point. I meant to ask, for those of you who understand US stuff better than I, getting Girl Scout cookies is okay, right? Like, they're not secretly a fucking bastard operation or anything like that, right? Half black, half hot chocolate. Can do you a hot chocolate. Not that we know of. Okay, the Girl Scouts are okay. Alright. Because I did get myself a box of Samoans. That was my little splash in the cash this week. I know. Big money, big whammy over here. Oh, fuck. Man. This game is very grumpy at me. It's because I made it... It's because I made it do its thing. Well, Edwin, you'll just have to pop on over. Actually, don't pop on over, but... Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because I was in a... The weird thing for myself is, outside of stream, things have been very, very full on, right? I wouldn't go so far as to say manic, but things have very much been like hands in the air, high speed, unsa. And that's fine. This music's lovely though, I mean just that. So I picked up some Samoans without even considering that maybe I should check first. Okay. How was the other game thing I wanted to... Okay, so friends, I'm seriously considering exploration mode. Because that's the reason why I wanted to come through this. What do you think? I'm not sure what unlock mouse is. Varbles, that's living. Okay. Sorry, Divershi was saying that the American Girl Scouts support trans rights. So, I agree, that's a very good barometer of like, alright, we can support that. Oh. Okay. Alright, coffee's poured. For those of you who wanted like teas and coffees, you'll have to go grab it from the kitchen yourself, but you know, it's there. It's totally there. I'm not making this up. Oh, sweet mercy in a cup. Oh. Gonna have some noodles on the edge of the world later. Dustin, I did not know that. Fascinating facts. Fascinating facts. Alrighty. I think we are all good. Sorry, I'm just making sure there's nothing that needs to be dealt with before we start throwing ourselves down there. Okay. You know what? Let's just jump into this. We got coffee. We're going on explore mode. I think we're ready to do this. It's fucking bright again in Seattle for some fucking reason. Okay. The wall! The hell is simulation play? You know what? I don't want to know. I don't need to know. I don't need to know. What? It was a beautiful place. But I still felt trapped. So I searched everywhere for a way out. This is gonna be like Stray for robots. And while camping on the outskirts of my home colony, it found me. Reverse Stray, everyone else's cats. Ha! It opened the door, and I followed it into an abyss. Then it disappeared. Ooh. Little loud there, buddy. I have been lost down here for 253 years. In a place I'm not supposed to be. Parkour! I need to find the ghost again before my energy core expires. That's all I have left. Parkour! There is no going back. Alright. Parkour! Ooh, I nearly ate shit to start with. Parkour! 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 Wait! This is fun. Try not to make anyone feel too dizzy here. Oh, I do get... Wall... No? Okay. Don't get wall jumps yet. It's fine. Okay, so now we're learning. Simple. Hold control. Simple Chaos says, this is a long intro that amounts to not all who wander are lost, but I sure as fuck am. Do you mind? That star looks important, but... Fuck. It's fine, it's fine. You're right, Chaos, the joke was too much fire. Oh. Fuck. Just, it's okay. We don't have to get crunchy with it. Why tempt me with jingly janglies? I'm not made of stone. We may have parkoured too close to the sun. But it's fine, it's fine. I feel like we're missing a tool or something. Okay, we've got a cute little control. Alright. In the words of Taylor Swift, I'm coming back for you. So originally when this crossed my feed, I had this, like, it had this vibe to it. Are any of you here familiar with the manga Blame? For those of you who might not be, so Blame is an interesting one. It follows a very, very stoic android protagonist, but it's ultimately set in this infinitely large city. The idea was millions of years ago, there was a system set in place to build, to build and rebuild a city for the people there. And that system has been going this entire time. The problem is that since then it's been left to run amok and has ended up being... and has ended up rebuilding the world in this infinitely respawning concrete nightmare. The people who have survived this long... Oh, safety hut, used by explorers, safety hut, in the megastructure. They are built for extreme longevity, but this one is showing signs of wear and tear. Material analysis says it was built 534 years ago. Fucking cool. Small wind turbine power generator. It must be using a strong draft here to power the electrons around the hut. Okay. But yeah, the fascinating thing about Blame isn't so much the setup. Like, the idea that the system now regards all the living creatures as not human because evolution and time has changed them so much. The fascinating thing about it is that it's this infinite brutalist environment. Oh, actually... Fucking hell, here's a... Oh, okay, colony log. 8-6-15. I've got some equipment at the last base camp, so I'm going to go back and get it. Ixada, if you're reading this, and you've come with Casero, I've left some food for you inside. You may need to synthesize some more. Let's look around this thing before we pop on in. Hang on, I'll finish my thought on... There is no way to open this door. It's locked by a cryptographic key. Hope the owner remembers the password. Lick the fan. That's where the spice is. But okay, let me finish one thought before we jump on to the next. So Blame is very, very good because it is like brutalist architecture. It is this infinite, like, spanning concrete business park. And it creates something that is, at the same time, the most normal shit you've ever seen. And also this horrifyingly impossible superstructure. I thought this was going to be closer to that. And I think this idea of, the world past removed, that we are an urban explorer in this strange place, I think is really cool. The other thing I wanted to point out, so I don't usually talk movie shit. You know that, right? I will leave that to people who either know movies better than I or who care. Like, there are movies I watch that I either have a very good time with or I love, but I don't feel the need to defend or deconstruct that industry. They have their people. Video games need more. And I really didn't give two hoots about the Oscars, although it was lovely to see, what's his face? Is it Kieran McCulkin doing well? That was lovely. Even Beans, I fell off. Holy shit! Oh god, I nearly ate shit there. Whew! Now I'm awake. One thing I found out was, so the Brutalist apparently won stuff. And one of the things they're very fucking proud of is how they used AI voices. They tweaked the performances with generative AI. And now I'm just like, get fucked. Piss. Alright, not dead. Not dead. Like... Really? I mean, Angelo's... Again, movies aren't my sphere, so, like, I'm not going to comment to the same degree. Oh, hang on. Oh, Aperios, Watto, and welcome. Okay. Okay. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Bear with me just a second. Okay. Sorry, at GDC, Tippy Tappy makes stuff happy. I'm so sorry about this. This is the fucking gig. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Onwards! Please don't tell me these things have story beats to them, because I will be heartbroken if I've missed one. Okay. Anyway. Okay, let's roll. So yeah, Aperios, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. Is it Happy Frag Punk Day yet? Is it a Frag Punk Day to all who celebrate? Ooh, the wall. Totally gonna explore. Remember, kids, follow the light, but always look the other way. Hehe. Just as Gordon Freeman would want. Alright, so you can't do wall slides, but if there's a slight incline, you can use that in the same way. I'm learning. Also, once again, Seattle has chosen the brightest days while I am doing the weirdest shit. Ah! There's the glitch. Okay, H to toggle waypoint hints. Look around the spot, make your way there. After reaching one, press H again to show you the next one. Oh, that's cool. Kind of like your parkour revision. The idea, I guess, is that you can handle this as freeform or as otherwise as you would like. Summon the yellow snail as needed. Well, there's lots of this that I really wanted to show you all, and I'm happy to have the parkourinator. Weird thing is that, yeah, it still currently has mouse cursor locked on. Problem is the collectibles or whatever they are giving me that Spurs that jingle jangle kind of vibe. I got that. Oh, there we go. That looks cool. I got that Fallout brain rot. Wait! You reckon, friend? You reckon I can make that jump? The physics version of Can I Pet That Dog? Can I pet that dog? Oh. Okay, so to cap on the brute list thing, I can only throw in my feels on this one, which is, you know, if the goal is to create something authentic, did we need an Adrian Brody? Could we have had a Hungarian actor? Do they have actors in Hungary? You know what? I apologize for bringing it up. This is why I don't talk cinema. You know, I have a lot more empathy when it comes to, like, the creation of games in the ilk, and I know why companies hire the big names. Because that's how you get movies made. Oh, fuck me. But, you know. Cinema as industry isn't our friends. Unlike these two pickaxes. Let's fucking go. Alright, now can I... Alright, I need to fix something just a second here. I'm gonna see if this will work. I do apologize. Come on, fix. No. Okay, so we jump out the title. Let's see if this will fix. Yeah, floaty cursor hell. Some titles get grumpy because, oh, you fucking piece of shit! Some titles get grumpy about a lot of things. This one is being particularly grumpy about what monitor it uses, and then flitting between the two machines, it just embeds the cursor in the center of the screen forever. Yeah, I regret bringing up movie talk now. Anyway, let's continue with climbing. Climbing, I know. Okay. Aim. And Hadouken! Haha! Oh no, Aeon, the tutorialization in this has been gorgeous. Press P to toggle UIs and climbing picks. And V to just toggle the UI. There we go. Look down and press space to let go. Okay. Oh, it really wants me to find that jingle jangle. It looks like there's something up there. And it said H was... Oh yes, it wants us to head down. I'm heading back up. Fuck it. Let's climb and talk. Oh, okay. And we do have like a little stamina meter, so we can't climb forever. Okay. Good little spider guy. DJ Coil, what and welcome. I'm climbing. Now, if I do this... Oh, okay. There is a limit to fall and grab. And the amount of motion downwards dictates how much energy it takes to re-grab the wall. Okay. I'm learning, I'm learning. Oh, that sounds lovely. DJ Coyle was saying it's just been a day of dealing with silly dags. Yeah, I'm still fighting off puppy fever at the moment. Successfully, like, I have neither the resources nor the time. And don't worry, I'm not gonna suddenly, I know I've said this a lot this week, but don't worry, I'm not gonna suddenly, you know, surprise, Will's got a dog. That's where we're headed. But yeah, puppy fever is very pronounced at the moment. And just because it's sunny outside and everyone's out with their cute fucking dogs. And I'm not made of stone. Fuck! Really wants us down there. Well, fuck it. I want to see what's over here. It's my robot life. It's my little robot adventure. Fuck. I broke my robot. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. It does. My Robot Life does sound like a Cartoon Network show from the 90s. Okay. All right. The UI lets us know what we can climb onto and what not. All right, Devoshi, have a lovely rest of your day and to be continued. We shall continue to explore whatever it is this gives us. Make that climb? Maybe. We'll find out. Annoyingly, I don't think we've got a way to get into whatever it was that handled the cool glow. Oh no, cool glowing ship beneath. Yeah. We've got a little bit of coyote time. Ah, no. I would have been fine. We've got a little bit of coyote time in the air. Oh, no, sorry, coyote time. We've got a little bit of like air adjust for this stuff, so it's not too bad. Man, this game needs to fucking lean something fierce, though. Alright. Here we go. I have been lost for 673 years, 204 of which I have spent here, trapped onto this power source. My frame is now lacking enough oil to move the structure safely. There is nothing left of me. I can't cling onto this power source any longer. I've decided to see the bottom. They have a name. An unknown entertainment device. LS-L Hatch, Dew, Hollowhead, htbl.exe. Do we have a console? Picture mode P, video mode V, scan. Huh. Well, here's the question, friends. Are we looking at the start of some cool puzzle shit? Like, what are we looking at here? Oh, beans. We could maybe scale up and round. See what that takes us. See, there could be simple chaos, but alt-tabbing and this game are getting... This game gets real grumpy at me for alt-tabbing. Like, real grumpy. So, I don't know if I should careen myself down there. Fuck. I have severely underestimated, one, how big this structure was and how much trouble I am currently in. Fuck. Fuck. Now I am broken. How the fuck are we gonna get over there? What do you mean I've got us into serious trouble? What are you talking about? This is fine. I wonder if we're... Well, if I'm taking us off route a little too early, like... I know we get more toys to play with as the game increases. Ugh. Oh! Skin of our fucking teeth there. Of course, the day I choose to play the fucking darkest game. The day that the sun is like, hey, get fucked. Boo. Sorry, it is extremely... Huh. It is going to be extremely interesting once we get, like, momentum-based moving mechanics in the ilk. God, I really did take us off the straight and narrow, didn't I? There's an organic nature to this that I'm starting to notice, which is really fucking powerful. Like, what I mean is, like, when you encounter games like this, usually... I once again fucked up. Because of the way they're constructed, like, the level design is that you can kind of just half-ass it. No, but by which I mean, like, you don't have to pay masses of attention to where you're going or what you're doing. Because, you know, the game will guide you, right? Like, follow the light, etc. With this, I don't know. This does feel like a broken superstructure. It does feel like I actually have to pay attention and plan my movements. Like, how the fuck are we... Oh yes, we've got to get up to get down. Siren ASMR. Ah! I guess there's someone out there. Just ambient sirens. I'm trying to think, what is the best siren noise, and why is it the one that was used in AVP 2000? Whew! I'm learning. Oh man! Just turned me the fuck around. Right back where we fucking started! Okay, okay. So it wants us to head straight down. Big old pipe. Big old pipe. We can do this. Oh, imagine doing this with a fucking time limit. Fuck that noise. Alright, so this is the underhang. We were here earlier. It's this fucking rain world ass shit. There's nothing on the front of this pipe. Can't climb down it. We need a way to descend slightly more safely. And those pipes aren't the best. Who the fuck are you? Oh yes, if I remember rightly, there's a huge underhang beneath us as well. Whew. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think large amounts of coffee combined with today's free climbing adventure, maybe not my smartest move. I've got a dumb idea. Ha-ha! How's that for a slice of fried gold? I am so smart. I am so smart. I am so smart. I am so smart. Fuck. Please don't be too far to fall. That's my broken body. Oh, fuck you, me! We're back here. I'm going to do a robo-crime. Fucking wee! Okay. Oh, didn't mean to push that one. Okay. So it wants us to head down. We managed to skim the walls down this way. Not too shabbily. But I think we're still going to encounter the overhang problem, which bears the question, where does it want us? Following the light could work. The distance on that is ridiculous. Now, we did try heading up. Perhaps we didn't head far up enough. Can this overhang be our savior? Am I looking for sense in a place of madness? Fuck it. So Vanilla Ice method is a go. You got to get up to get down. Oh, okay. Anyway. Do you want to find fascinating is just how many of these titles we now get to experience that are non-conflict based. Where we're talking earlier about, like, when I mentioned, like, Kane and Lynch and shit like that, how a lot of those came from an era of, like, what do we say, like, I guess mediocre white guy shooters. But I do find them kind of fascinating. Like, I think there's a gap. Don't tell me I was going the right way originally. Fucking yo. Like, there was a time when every title was a variation on whatever the popular theme was. You know, cover shooter, first person shooter. You know, anything that was a break from that was surprising. Assumed shooter at design. Fuck, that's really good. Okay, now we're making some headway. This was where we were supposed to be heading, I think. Right, well, fuck it. Hey, Hindle. It's interesting given the conversation we were having earlier about, like, the quality threshold and stuff like that, that, like, things really have changed. Like, making a game that doesn't have combat in it isn't even a differentiator anymore, right? There was a time, if you had a game where people didn't fucking shoot each other or die, like, you could expect 20,000 think pieces of people going like, oh, did you hear? They made a game where you don't kill a person. Here we are being an android in an impossibly massive urban structure And, like, thematically, that doesn't even raise a fucking eyebrow anymore. Even if I have gotten us kind of lost. Alright. Because that's where we got the anchors. This is where we could have come across. We didn't, because we followed the fucking tutorial. That led us up to here. Okay. Because there was one thing I didn't want to... I would say didn't want to. We kind of skipped over. But, like, in the discussion of discoverability, if your game is the same game I have seen a million times before, I don't think it's Steam's fault. If you make a platformer with a cute animal protagonist and nothing else to show me, to tell me, I don't think it's the fault of Gamers TM if that game doesn't get coverage. Nah, this is a bad idea. This is way too... Have I gotten us into a bad spot again? Oh, fucking looks like it. Fuck sticks. Oh man. As long as we don't hit shit, we're allowed to fall. So in Lorne, I don't want to play generic white man shooter. Like, I like my shooty gun bang, but you gotta give me something. In the same breath, I think there are a lot of titles in the indie space that assume by being a break from AAA that makes them devoid of that same problem, right? And it's like, well, no. As much as it breaks my heart to say, you do need to do something different. You do need to say something. It's not on... Oh, there we go. Or is this where I fucking came from? Oh, cool little ledge to hang from, though. So we're back here with the hints and toggles. See if follow the light helps us. Shit. I have fucked up again. Fuck. Okay. Was I careening down towards my doom when I missed, what was it? Oh, fucking shark bag. A shark breathes by taking water into its mouth and pumping it over the gills that lie behind the head. As the water flows past, oxygen is removed and passed into the bloodstream to be used in the shark's body. Flaccid, Watto, and welcome. This is Lorne's Law, and I've gotten us lost. But I'm not precisely sure how lost. Or maybe I haven't gotten us lost, How are you? Watto and welcome. I don't know. I've kind of been musing on a lot of the stuff post Steam Next Fest. Oh, fuck you. Predominantly stuff around, like, discoverability in the ilk. Fuck. As soon as those beeps start playing... Oh, it is a Thursday, isn't it? Well, have a lovely time. Tell him I say hi. Sadly, I'll be down at Twitch Mines. Down at Twitch. Now, this game is already fascinating. I'm just trying to... I'm trying to understand its language. Do you know what I mean? It is a game that is very content to let us explore. And so I have to treat it with... I guess a certain kind of respect. Because if it is going to let us explore... Well, shit, you know? I gotta let it. I hope so. I hope so. I mean, it's only a couple weeks out till GDC, so I'll probably be a little bit loopy for a few days. For a few days more, I mean. Loopier. So I'm trying to aim for that there. But it's very hard to get a sense of scale with this. And I think that's very intentional. See what I mean? I think we might be alright. Hey, Caffeine, what's and welcome. Alright, this is looking promising. Yeah, so... Alright, now we're starting to make some headway. I can actually start to make some interesting points. So... what we're looking at in terms of, like, the sheer number of games on Steam, how they do and their success, like... you cannot simply make a zombie survival game on Steam. Okay, let me rephrase that. You can, and you fucking should. You should... make whatever weird, funky, cool-ass games you want and go for it. But when we're talking about in the professional sense of creating like a sustainable environment or, you know, selling enough copies of your game to allow you to keep making games, it can't just be, and then you survive zombies. There needs to be more to it. You know, in terms of the quality threshold, where's the and? Back in the day, you didn't need to make a platformer that meant something, right? You could just make a platformer with a mascot, and little Tim Tim would probably get it for Christmas at some point. Who fucking knows? They made Cool Spot, for fuck's sake. And yes, I will always be bullying Cool Spot. What's the thing? If there is no one left to bully Cool Spot, then my funeral has come. But anyway. And you can potentially find success in that space, but in that regard, you find success via luck. And luck is not a sustainable metric. Right? You cannot plan for luck. How the fuck am I getting over there? You cannot plan for luck, and you cannot expect luck. Unless you are John Halo. John Halo can. Oh! Oh, that's cool! The glitch, like a big owl. Like a big owl friend. ate shit on that. Fuck. Fuck! The fuck are we? Oh yeah, we're over here. Okay, cool. Angelos, I don't disagree. The unique perspective you can add to it is definitely worth discussing. It's just that perspective needs to be translated in a way to which users can understand. Like, all art is political. All games will have a piece of you in them to some degree. Maybe just a little snip. Maybe a whole bunch. But at the same time, at least I feel a lot of people who go through games education do need a reminder that you are not a special snowflake and that your ideas are cheap and free. Breaking things down into USPs can be a good way to get people to, like, stop and physically list what they're going to add that's going to make this game shine. Oh yeah, Hindle, with USPs, unique selling points. Like, I will say the large studio time, like, that's essentially what teams are fighting against. That because in a large studio, 9 times out of 10, the person running the studio is old and white. So you are filtering their ideas through them. I cannot wait for Ken Levine's next game to come out because I am looking forward to tearing it to shreds. Because there are going to be so many creative and talented people working on... Is it... No, Icarus is the other one. It's got some other dumb name. And the team working on that are going to be very creative and very talented. Ken Levine can pull together a big team and a big budget. But ultimately, it's going to be filtered through his old, affluent, white ass. And, oh boy fucking howdy, is it going to be fun to pull apart. Maybe he's learned since Infinite. Maybe he will let people who aren't him have a final say, a creative mark on this, but... Shit, I'm sorry, friends. I'm turning into big old negative Nelly. DJ Gold, personal experience, he sucks. Yes. Oh, sorry. Outgoing activity log, 8615. We've parted ways from Doffer. He's going to try and find another route for our supply line since the old one caved in. We're going to map the vents, explore the structures below us, see how far we can go. If you come across a distress signal, you will need to stop the airflow before you can follow us. The vent controls are near the fan. Vent controls are near the fan in the tunnel nearby. Okay. Now what have we in here? A long-distance communication device. Oh, here's a distress signal. Failed biome. Distance 300 meters. Navigation instructions. Find your way down the largest feed pipe past a small biome cluster. The vent controls are near the fan. Okay. Huh, check it out. It's people food. I mean, I know I say this a lot, friends, but one of the things I hope you specifically take away from today is just how you can break from the fucking norm so hard, and people will follow you artistically these days, right? Windmill. Container. Glitch. You know, I'm a little worried about, you know, the air quotes cozy movement. Not because I think it's bad by any means, but because, like, it's a visual aesthetic that is very easily emulated, and I worry that it's going to be hitting upon saturation. And by following the cozy demographic, one can end up becoming lost in the soup. You know what I mean? You don't have to have a beautiful, perfect video game, but video games are first and foremost a visual medium. Fuck. I biffed that jump. Sorry, burb. standing out in that space, I think, is very, very important. Ah, piss the bed. Alright, we're gonna stop fucking about with that. Oh, fuck. Woohoo! I am so smart! I am so smart! I mean, to an extent. Sorry, just Flaccid Yam was saying that the level of super saturation makes it so that genuine expression innovation is the only way to stand out. That's not as hard in games as it can be. Oh, Sauron, we're playing as an android who does parkour with pickaxes. How are you? It's basically blame the video game. Except everyone's dead. Okay, for those of you who just joined us, we got onto this conversation because a lot of the old guard are kind of hitting, like, absolute, like, video games are done levels right now. Fuck. Blame the video game? I shall. One of the reasons why that conversation has come up a lot right now is because of, like, a lot of feeling that Steam Next Fest has hit a saturation point, right? You know, the sheer number of games, etc. I have seen lots of very good numbers for individuals going through Steam Next Fest. And I haven't seen the sheer increase in Steam titles hit to the detriment. But in the same breath, let's make sure I'm not leading us astray again. Ooh, glowing shit. In the same breath, the quality threshold has drastically increased in games, right? And that's good, at least for consumers. But it does mean that one cannot expect right now to just put a title out, especially one that is very, very similar to other titles, and it just do well. Oh, I'm fucked. Maybe not. How did I survive that? Don't even worry about it. And what I've been trying to pick apart whilst playing this and, you know, the ilk is, like, not in terms of quantification of art, but, like, how to discuss and understand what that quality threshold entails. And, you know, what you as a creative can do in that space. You know, right now is the time to make your game. And it sucks. The thing we were talking about earlier was, like, how you find funding for that. And unfortunately, the answer right now is you don't. You've just got to make it. And that sucks. No, you shouldn't have to fucking gig economy your game, even though you know it's going to be a success. But, you know, unfortunately, that's just where the fuck we are. I guess that's where a big proportion of today's conversation is different from, you know, a lot of the banter on Blue Sky. I'm not telling you it's over. The sky has not fallen in, but the game has changed. How games are made has changed. The churn has happened. So what do we do next? Yeah. But let me tell you, discussing a high-level, like, creative topics whilst also clamoring around this, fucking easier said than done, my friends. Easier said than done. I don't know what the glitch owl is, but I'm following it all the same. Oh, this was the, this is where they were talking about the fan controls. Oh, that's right. We can't go in there to follow the glitch until we turn off the fans. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Sauron, that's smart. Right now, books, board games, physical goods are still doing okay in terms of, like, Kickstarter funding and things like that, so fucking smart, yo. Do it. Get that. Alright, I guess we're going down, not up. Just mix it. You know? And, like, see, Sauron, one thing that's really... I don't want to put you on the fucking spot here. And sorry, I'm going to a little bit. But, like, you have a very distinctive art style. Angelos as well. Sorry, you're getting dragged into this as well. Oh, Robot's not, though. He's dead. Yeah, sorry, I'm dragging you both into this. But you have very, very distinctive art styles. This feels like Rain World. That's why I wanted to play this. The broken superstructure, the scale of it. It's Rain World sans the ecology. Ah. But, okay, my point being is that a visually distinctive art style is a very, very strong jumping off point right now. A title with a good visual identity is going to do gangbusters. And the thing I was touching on when some of you came on in is I'm a little worried that what's perceived now as the cozy style is going to reach saturation point by next year. The cozy games movement I don't think is going to slow down, but I do think it's only got a matter of time before it's more heavily co-opted. Just because, you know, it's been selling and making money. Whoa! Oh man, look at this fucking nightmare. Hope you've all had your tetanus shots. And it really does feel like this game is content to let us work out how to do this shit by ourselves. Yeah, no, I'm making that jump. Have I fucked up? I feel like I fucked up. Parkour! Fuck. Chaos says, I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo drops a cozy Mario or Pokemon. I mean... those games... Woohoo! That's how we fucking do. Okay. Ah, here we go. We'll learn how to wall surf. Oh, that was a butt clencher. I'm just going to take a beat here. Whew. However, whenever discussing, like, video game conversations, Nintendo's always one that you can bring up, but it doesn't really bear much relevance. Like, Nintendo have reached a point where they can make a game that is visually distinctive to something from the GameCube era, and it will still sell gangbusters. Like, the newest Zelda game, where you actually get to play as Zelda, is really fucking good. I am not dissing it in the slightest. If you made that game with that art style, you would struggle to stand out, you know? Fuck. I biffed it! Bye! So, like, Nintendo have done such a good job of brand maintenance that they get to do shit like that. They won already. Oh, okay, I can't hook onto that. That's difficult. can't climb up this. Okay. So yeah, there's no point discussing Nintendo too much because they've won so hard they're no longer part of the same... They're not even playing the same game we are, right? Like, bless them. Fuck. They get to make business decisions 10 years later than everyone else and then succeed. I know. Must be nice. Must be nice. Fuck you, owl! Man, I chose exactly the wrong game to try and have a smart conversation. I mean, Chaos, there's so many facets to the Nintendo machine. Sorry, Chaos was saying that they aren't a game brand, they're a brand that makes games. They're something else entirely. Like, they are the gold fucking standard for, like, you know, maintaining a brand idea. Fuck! Friends, you know when you're driving in video games and you go around a corner and you clench your butts to try and lean into it? I'm doing the same fucking thing here. And I should be hating this, and I'm having the best stressy time of all. Oh, my fucking life. It really works. But yeah. So again, for the purpose of this conversation, let's just put Nintendo in its own little bubble, in its own little fucking sauna, and they can go play with all their Mario money over there. Like, okay, what do we do? Okay, not necessarily, I'm not saying like Longship Studios club together, but alright, today you are starting your game. What should you do? Right. Lock in on your interaction method immediately, right? That doesn't have to be your combat system, it doesn't have to be your game loop, but if it's going to be 2D side-on, like third person, first person, you know, third person isometric, lock in that now. Shit's gotta feel good. If you're going first person, just use Unreal and use their shooty gun bang, alright? Don't break your own fucking hands trying to make a shooter that feels as good as Destiny from scratch. You won't. Once you've got your interaction method, then you split your development. Part 1, how and make game feel good. Part 2, how and robot fall off thing. How and make game look different. Alright? That's your experimentation phase right there. Oh man, you're just a piece of shit nail. So Aeon says, cozy shooty gun bang with crafty MMO mechanics and rewindable character interactions. Simples! Don't forget that dense lore Bible. One of the writers on The Boys said that they love leaving plot hooks in and then deciding later if they want to fuck with it or not. Severance is fucking great. I highly recommend watching Severance because everything about that show has been constructed with intent. But you don't have to be a super writer for a super story. You can just be a little gremlin guy. Fuck. You can just be a little gremlin guy who makes weird lore all day. Did I do it? Or did I get us... Did I put us back? I feel like I put us back. Yeah, I fucked up. You can construct the lore as the game evolves like a DM rather than some like superstar writer. In fact, if you don't know what to do, Pretend like it was all intentional. Like a good dungeon master does. And all you DMs out there, you know I'm right. You know I'm fucking right. Fake it till you make it is entirely a solid D&D concept. I got still trapped in a loop. How do I put Gremlin on my resume? Yeah, I mean, Angelos make an excellent point. Asking a bunch of voice actors and friendos to make stupid sex noises, and then making a game around that works. Beans. No! 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 I almost had it. Fuck. Fuck. Don't worry about it. So how was the stream on Thursday? Will talked about like how to structure your game concept whilst making gremlin sounds, trying to grab a fucking rusty ass giant nail. That's the way we need to keep going. Okay. Now, I do think that the game jam philosophy is a great way to start, just because... I did this on purpose. Haha! Let's not even question how I just janked through that. Don't even worry about it. It looks like there's a ledge up there, so let's get climbing. Aeon says, think of game jams as pilot episodes. Nah, think of game jams as the fucking writer's room. Game jam is where you get fucking weird with it. Get experimental, get strange. Right? The great thing about the game jam environment is you can find something really weird. The kind of shit that an unhinged knight with... Ooh! How was that for some tasty side moves? An unhinged knight on caffeine can come forward. Because unfortunately... there is a downside that comes from being in spaces like the Longship. And that is the overthink, right? And the overthink is a real problem. You know what? Fuck it. I don't want that crystal anyway. Oh. Huh. I don't know what just shot us into the air there, but I'll take it. The overthink can be a paralyzing part of the creative process when structuring this kind of shit. You can think yourself up a world of wordy problems that may or may not exist. Game jams basically smack you and you're like, you have 3 fucking days. You don't have time to anguish over these high concepts. Oh, here we go. Log terminal. Colony 8615. There is a strong wind that periodically passes through this area. It's not clear if this is the result of the pressure above or something causing a pressure differential below. It has occurred consistently since arrival. The wind is not so strong as to pose a threat, but light equipment should not be stored outside. Most of these screens display software for monitoring the resource usage of the computer. This many screens is suboptimal. You take that back! More screens is better. More screens is better. Everyone knows that. It's science. Yeah. And look, I know I am anti-gameplay loop in terms of, like, high-end discussion, but getting something that is just weird or fucked up or fun to play or funny in a game jam is invaluable. Who's that? Hey! Live action pixel! Check out my parkour skills. Oh shit, I biffed it. Let's never talk of that. Check out my parkour skills! Yeah! So cool. Alright, how are you doing, friend? What? Oh, and welcome to Unsubtle Silk, Conquered, Ipsudes. How are you all doing? What were you playing? Well-bred grapefruit. The implications are wonderful. Come on in, friends, come on in. So, we are playing Lorne's Law. I am exploring an impossible superstructure with robot parkour powers. And we're talking about, well, I'm trying not to talk myself into a fucking infinite circle of reasons to procrastinate, but we're talking about, like, if you wanted to start your game today, things you can do. Right? I've been talking a lot about kind of, well, let me put it another way. I'm taking an active role in refuting the current games are doomed, no more video games, the end. So yeah, if you all want to come talk about that, come on in, friends. But yeah, what were you playing? What were you up to? To my lovely lot, if you are not following Live Action Pixel, please change that. Because they're a fucking cool person. No, I know the Live Action Pixel from the UK convention scene. They are one of the progenitors of the cosplay video, if you will. And I've known them pretty much ever since. Yes, I have played Thank Goodness You're Here. So fucking good. I won't spoil anything, but did you get to any of Matt Berry's bits yet? Because they're so good. Just on the first cow bit. Okay. So yeah. And Fearless Watto, and welcome. I was in office today. I hope it was a good one. How the fuck are we getting there? Where am I? Where am I? What is going on? That was another me cleansing my butt cheeks moment there. It's a legitimate climbing strategy. Oh, and this is without timed puzzles as well. This is the story mode of this game. God, I'm gonna have to explain to people my fucking butt hurts after playing this. So yeah, welcome to Lorne's Law. I always forget that Matt Berry does the fake Peens commercial. Not quite peas, not quite beans, but something else in betweens. Also, to our lovely live action pixel friend, you fucking piece of shit garbage monster. Not you, sorry. That jump. Fuck. Do you have any of, like, the American lot in your viewership? Because explaining the Britishisms of Thank Goodness You're Here to individuals from the US might be one of my new favourite things of all time, ever. And one of the greatest lines might still be, I'd rather shit bed. Oh no, I'd rather shit bed. Fucking brilliant. Ooh, green. Explaining dogging was an interesting trip. Yup. Nothing says British repression quite like dogging. Oh, so okay, so to live action Pixel, aside from streaming and stuff, like, what have you been up to? Like, I keep meaning to say to people, like, okay, yes, streaming is what I do for a living, but this is also my social time as well as my job. Like, tell me your tales, friend. So Rebels was saying, growing up with a British step parent, the game was like listening to a language I understood subconsciously, but not consciously. Yeah. I'd say the biggest mark of whether or not you understand thank goodness you're here is where you would point out the UK Midlands on a map. And Marshall Rail, Watto, and welcome. Coming in. Alright, so okay, I do want to talk about Thank Goodness You're Here. I want to cup? Ooh. I want to bookend the conversation we were having when Live Action Pixel came in, and a TLDR for those of you who came in. Like, look, if you want to talk high-level ideas of how to start making your video game, please come talk to me. I would love to help. Alright? Right now, you should start making a video game. And this is no irony, there's no bit here, this isn't leading to a joke. You should start making a game. If you've been thinking about making one, you should start. And I mean, like, today. Download Unreal, download Godot, get playing it, get messing with it, alright? The reason being is that you will probably fuck about with it for a bit, make a Hello World project. Get to grips with it, maybe do a game jam, like, fuck about. But it is going to put you ahead of a situation which is coming, and which is going to be a video game drought. As I'm sure you've seen all of the layoffs and things that are happening in video games, like, it's pretty scary right now to be in big studio video games. And this seems weird, right? Because right now, we're fucking drowning in good games. I know you've all seen this. And this is because all of the funding and money that was free-flowing during lockdown, all of those games are being released this year. But the last couple years fucking sucked. And big studios are getting rid of people and downsizing. Indie teams are struggling to find funding. There is going to be a drought of games coming up. That is the time when you want to be dropping yours. Oh, wait, cool. Fearless was just saying, if you're struggling with learning a new system, stuff like U Academy or Skillshare is worth it. Yeah, good point. We ain't fucking sponsored by him, so, you know. Where the fuck am I going? I guess I'm going further up? Alright, well, you gotta get up to get down. So Vanillion Ice said that. He was a bellend. Andros was saying that Udemy or Ucademy is very good. Udemy? Udemy? If Udemy, then who me? Well, so live action, the other thing that's been really interesting is there's been a few really good games, well, good looking games we got drop in soon, that are predominantly based on like visual scripting environments and shit like that. I need to bookmark it so I can bring it up in this conversation, but like, there are some absolute bangers that we've got coming out this year from teams that have no technical programming skills. You've just got to use the tools that you have, right? Like, not having programming skills doesn't mean you can't make a game, but it also means you got to fucking bring the thunder. If you to me and I to you, then who's flying the plane? Ah yes, orcish philosophy. orcish think, therefore I orcish am. Fucking wee! Yes! Work, work. Not that kind of work. Actually, Unholy Glee, when you think about it, the orcish philosophy is I think, therefore I ducker. Gun work because orc think gun work. So jumping back, Live Action was saying they're still in limbo, waiting on US visa, so mainly streaming. I'm so sorry, friend. Oh, Gary's Star Wars project is out soon. Yo! Please, 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 please. Please, let me know when that drops. I know it shouldn't be on you to tell people and things like that, but I've been in... Things are crazy over here, and I'm doing good. Like, I'm staying alive, like the song told us. But it's definitely easier said than done. And this will shock a few of you to know, streaming for a living, a lot of work. A lot of work. So there's a bunch of shit I keep, like, either missing or forgetting, because I'm a stupid. God, look at the fucking scale of this game, though. Yeah, Marshall Raya, I know what you mean. I think the game jam idea is a pretty good one. Or, like, fucking meme some shit up. I knew somebody who used to say, never underestimate the power of drawing dicks on things. And I didn't understand what he said until I was shown at a house party. Dude got a sketchbook. And at the beginning of the night, asked people, like, hey, if you want to draw anything in this notebook, you can. Now, the notebook is completely blank, and he gave people no prompts. And everyone kind of went, I don't know. And then he went, right, everybody at this house party, I want each of you to draw a dick on a page. And everyone did. Everybody took a turn one-upping each other in complexity, shading, adding different elements of the human body. The thing was, it was a fucking joke, right? Like, we're just drawing dicks. But everyone drew. Right? If I tell you, I want you to make a game today, I understand, like, you can feel the motivation, you can feel my support of you, but that's a fucking ask, right? When you boot up that environment and you're like, oh man, like, this is an empty project, I'm starting from one. But if I tell you, make a fucking meme. Make me the best dick that you can in whichever editor you choose. Okay, that's silly. Now we have fucking 800 dicks. But every person involved in that will have broken ground. And from there, you know, I understand it's not streamable, which kind of caps it, but Genital Jousting is an incredibly well-made game about, you know, cock and ball battles. But it is a game that exists, right? You know, game jams are powerful. Game jams around memes are powerful. In the long ship, we don't have enough people to start jamming, but... Will, you telling me to make a dick game? Because I'll do it. Was the notepad titled The Human Condition? Fucking should have been. Manchester. Because, yeah, like, ultimately, when faced with a concept like that, it is about, like, breaking off the cobwebs and doing it. A jam can be just 3 people. Maybe we should do the IGDC what you did there game jam, finally. While I go and yell at Discord. But yeah, to our live action. Fuck! It's fucking windy! Shit. I don't think we can go across there. I think we gotta go above it. A game jam could be 3 people. So could a polycule. In this essay. Ha! Fucking yo. Survival horror of trying to navigate the Moscone Center. Man, I missed the Crows one. That was so fucking funny. Crows used the same tech they did to make the club, to make their version of GDC, where you have to collect enough business cards to be allowed in the secret center, and if you collect enough of the business golden cards, then you can go meet Mr. Business, who will usher you into a magical land far above the trials and tribulations of GDC. Just kidding. You get dragged up to a special place and then unceremoniously dropped back into the shit. Gamdam Kajam. GDC. Gamdam Kajam. It sounds a little bit too much like Jim Jam Yaha, but I don't know if that reference is gonna fucking translate, so. Oh shit. There was me trying to use the fucking... I was thinking we had to use the jets to climb up, and we're supposed to be heading above us. Huh, it's pretty cool. The Gamdammed Kajam does sound pretty fucking good. I mean, if you're a game, Woohoo! I don't know if you've all noticed that because of the abstract nature of the environment, piss me sideways. The abstract nature of the environment really does make it feel like you are the Clark's mother bath one. Jobs bonds Harvard are strong. You are the big clever smart every time you work out how to navigate a new part of this environment. Like, I really do feel like I'm the one cracking this fucking puzzle each time we get to a new bit. You know what I mean? That's a really powerful feeling to instill. Okay, so here's the pitch. It's an exec jam. It runs parallel to a game jam where the execs do all they can to stop people creating games and take all the credit in the end. I mean, here's the thing. No one's made a follow-up to the fucking Game Dev Story game. Game Dev Tycoon. That team didn't do fuck and shit for a long time. Did I just biff it? Oh, I feel like I just biffed it. Piss. Crunch. Woohoo! I unbiffed it. E3 Expo Simulator. I mean, the jam would be survive the games industry, right? Like, that's got to be the theme. Start when I leave for GDC and we finish when I get back. It's a horror jam. Ooh. Was ist das? Terminal active. Connecting to biome air feed. Set pressure to -P. Lol. 0. Set air pressure to 0 successful. Akira Zero, so 1, it's Nova. 2, we'd have to do it in the you'll record me like a 5-minute play session or something. Because unfortunately I don't have a secure test environment, and I can't risk it for a biscuit. You know. If stream computer die, stream die. So, yeah, I can't risk it for a biscuit. Each web page playable could be valid. That limits the amount of potential fuckery. All right. And now we've got to get up to get down. No, down. Time to find some HTML5 exploits. Oh, good. Oh, Jamami, go get some sleep, friend. And hopefully tonight's conversation. Hopefully tonight's conversation has been more inspirational than threatening. Streams with threatening auras. Because, like, seriously, look at this title. It's just level design. Like, if you genuinely enjoy making levels in games, I can imagine this would be fucking joy. You know, we have Virals who hangs out here a lot. And, look, I can't promise you that you will all have the same amount of success in terms of, like, sales as Void reigns upon her heart. But, like, hitting a beat where you're doing the bits of game dev that you like every day, fucking win. You know? I love streaming. I fucking love streaming. I get to do it daily. It's the fucking best. I want that for y'all, but in terms of the kinds of games you make and what you get to make with them. And that's where these game jams and stuff like that are also valid, is like, you need to fuck around and find out. Because you can think intellectually what you would like to work on. Maybe a shooter, maybe, you know, simulation type stuff, who knows. But until you actually get into the paint, you don't know. Like, what if you just fucking love making visual novels? I fucking love making visual novels. You don't know, you haven't made one. Racing games might be the entire, like, modus operandi to which you rejig your life. Which is fucking fine. Kinda cool. Right? Firstly, not a cult.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Okay, and whichever of you spooky Mother Hubbards gifted a sub to Arrow Griffin, that's really cool of you, thank you. But yeah, this kind of stuff is where game jams come in. You know, I feel that the illustrators and technical artists and the ilk among us have a better sense of what they enjoy creating. You know, when it comes to program and technical creations, it's harder to quantify which bits are enjoyable until you try doing it. Well, didn't they say they were going to do wasn't there a Oblivion Persuasion Wheel jam coming up? Did I hallucinate that? Is that a real thing? Fuck. Just slightly too late. Shadows totally doesn't have a visual novel software in another tab. Like, let's go. Haha! Parkour! Rebels loves writing dialogue and item descriptions. It's a bit hard to make a whole game from that, sadly. Is it? Take Trash Goblin. What about an archaeological game? You know, you run an appraisal on the edge of a... You run an appraisal on the edge of a dungeon town. You know, it could be a Diablo-type town. It could be a fucking Delicious in Dungeon-type setup. Whatever. People bring you unknowable artifacts, and you have to piece together what they are from the descriptions and elements of it. You essentially reconstruct the lore and understanding of a world long lost through conversational dialogue and item descriptions. Boof! See, again, ideas are free in video games. Deckard Kane 'em up. The Herodran cube has been wedged firmly in my urethra since 1942. What do you mean? What do you mean you're surprised Diablo is coming? The game's called Diablo 3. Who the fuck were you expecting? Joe Hale? Daffy fucking Duck? Man, I can't do the Deckard Kane anymore. It's been too long since I've done it. Rebel says, that similar idea I've had, except it's grave digging. Ooh. Trying to work out what came before with how people are buried. Matching artifacts to the description could work as well. DJ Coyle says, that's okay. Deckard Kane's dead. Dead sexy. Colony Terminal, 8615. This is an incredible find. Deckard Kane's shattered urethra. We have not seen anything like this biome since leaving the colony. Unfortunately, where it doesn't seem to be any way inside, this after weeks of attempting. We'll continue onwards to try and find another way in. There may be a slight possibility that we find a colony branch nearby. Our colony has never been in contact with an active one. It'd be quite something. Holy fuck! A living ecosystem within impenetrable glass. The protective barriers keeping the organisms such alive. Only visual scan available. Other senses obstructed. 2 pickaxes. Fascinating. DJ Coyle was just saying that an identifying game is intriguing as hell. Yeah, I mean... So this is where I feel like my near encyclopedic knowledge of games can really help. Heaven's Vault is a weird mix of ideas that blends together unapologetically. It has the aesthetics of Treasure Planet mixed with a kind of archaeological exploration world that is fucking fascinating. It also has an incredibly smart art style, which is just like billboarding paper, not even paper doll, it's billboarding static images in a 3D world. Not too dissimilar from, say, Paradise Killer. Like, here's what I was talking about, like, what you enjoy in a game and how we can bulk it out. Paradise Killer is a visual novel with some detective-level elements. I fucking love it, and it contains the sexiest skeleton in video games. No, I will not be taking notes at this fucking time. Don't at me. But, mechanically, Paradise Killer is a visual novel. It has a 3D environment, but it has no physically animated things, except for a couple of specific tiny little elements. It's all still images, right? You can make a lot of game with still images in a 3D world. Oh yes, okay, no. Angelos, you're right. Heaven's Vault is a massive game, and if we're talking game jam, like, the whole goal is, you know, think small, right? That's where game jams are great. Because when we start talking about things like Heaven's Vault, the sheer enormity of them in their completed state is incredibly overwhelming. Like, incredibly overwhelming. But the techniques it uses when applied to a game jam environment, real smart. You know? We've already talked about, like, you know, like the death of the fidelity curve and that shit. So, fuck it, let's get fun with it. Return of Obra Dinn meets Chance of Sinar, going through museums, antique shops, hopping in the fast to find its original users. Yeah, I mean, Simple Chaos, that's a great high-level concept. How you choose to deliver that, that's where the art and craft of that's going to be. Because there's many ways you could take that, like many different directions. And a lot of them are very... Some of them are very simple, and some of them could take thousands of years. This is what I mean when I say, like, you know, video game ideas don't really matter. Oh, we've got to do some cheeky jumping shit. I know. Because that's the thing, is like, concepts are very free.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Woo! How was that?
76 numpties led the big parade, with 110 bits thrown close at hand. They were followers in rows and rows of the finest virtuoso to the leader of our culture full of rams.
Oh, Quasi, and cheers to you, Fred! What? Ho and welcome! Thank you. Not just for the 76, but all that you throw in to keep this strange cabal of numpties going. So Phyllis says, I want to make games teach people programming without them realizing that they're teaching them programming. The conceit is that you're a wizard's apprentice learning to cast spells. You need to arrange the incantations and geometric runes to correctly produce magic results you need. Yeah, what you're actually doing is logic, just cover skin. I mean, fuck yeah, you could do that, you know. Baba Is You was very good for teaching people, you know, machine logic. With that, you could do some fun shit with it. There, you really could. A few people have attempted that idea before, but most of them got hung up too much on, like, make the programming as programmy as possible. Now, I really did enjoy, what was it, Else Heartbreak, but that was, like, literally learning to script. Fuck! God, I nearly fucking biffed that. Fuck! My bones! Yeah, we were talking the other day about the Magic Circle, which is about, like, you know, NPC behaviors in video games. I feel like I'm missing something to this jump. Yeah, the fucking... Rebel says, Barbara Is You just reminded me of my intro to comp sci, except with more whimsy. Yeah, it works. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Will falls off block immediately. Oh, that's interesting. Jumps back on it. I'm missing something. I can't use the grapples, but I can. Fuck. There's something to this. You cheeky bastards. And the puzzling elements of this, you'll remember when Ubisoft wowed everybody with Far Cry 3 and those climbing puzzles in the towers, that even though they're specifically constructed in specific ways, it feels like it's yours. Like, it feels like you are the one who cracks the puzzle. This feels like that. Good and fucking great. I'm really enjoying this game. I don't know if that's showing. I want to know everything about this world. I want to fucking climb all this shit. They got me. They got me. Okay. So... See... Okay. The next thing, Fearless, is where do we put this idea? Because it's a good one. Because there's loads of ways you could do it. Now... I guess the question is how chaotic you want to allow users to be with it. The magic circle is very good because it does allow you to just break the fucking game. There are some tried and true ways to solve problems, but there's loads of other ways where you can just fucking... Okay, so I'm going to spoil a little bit of the magic circle for you. The first big hurdle in a magic circle is to defeat the Sky Bastards. The Sky Bastards are basically the in-engine avatars of the devs. They are invincible, they are immortal, and they can delete you with a whisper, right? Well, they don't delete you, but you know what I mean. So how do you defeat something that is invincible? Well, you find old code and old behaviors that were left in. Things like parasitic entities, zombification, and you start combining those stuff together and you make some wild game-breaking combos. But there's also loads of other ways that you can do it, and it's so good. With else equals Heartbreak, you're basically given, I think it was, is it Lua? I forget the scripting language specifically, but you're just given free fucking reign. Oh no, Phyllis, I would absolutely say it's got its climbing hooks into me. Barbara, as you, all the elements are given to you in one place and you rearrange them. I just feel as I don't remember what the scripting language is from Else Heartbreak. I can look it up real close. But I think that would be... I feel like if we're talking this through... Sorry, I went to my phone to go check that what the scripting language was, because my rigs are very, very grumpy when I fuck around with this, only to find out that it's going to be a fucking fire alarm test coming up. Boo! 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 Oh, fuck. I nearly had that there. There we go. It's cool little rivets. Rivet. Fuck. Fuck! Fuck! Okay, I need to calm down for a second. Yeah, so I feel as that works. Those kind of like constructed pieces. I feel like doing something in first person where you're rearranging the runes on your hands or the runes in the air to create outputs could, one, be very, very cool, but also be really fucking funny. Because what you could do... Oh... aside from breaking your fucking bones in robot land, what you could do beats. Allow the user to have fun with it in a way that I think Opus Magnum... Oh, why am I like this? I need to calm down. I think Opus Magnum does very well because it doesn't limit you to what kind of shenanigans you can get up to, but ultimately it's about doing it with the least amount of steps. So people can brute force situations, but they're encouraged to try and do them right. I'm still doing the butt clench thing to get around those corners, just so you know. Ah, pissed the bed! Bed. Pissed. I'm just gonna calm down. Just gonna calm down. But yes, you could construct the different pieces of your spell. I think Noita definitely could have had a lot more fun with that. I was pondering this the other day, and I love Noita. Unfortunately, they added a bunch of achievements that I don't care enough to go back and get. And I kind of liked it back when it was like, the only achievement was to win. I thought that was pretty fucking cool. Oh. Try and take some screenshots while we're out and about. But also, I thought that the whole concept of wand editing was very cool. Where does it want us to go? Where do we go now? Fucking hell. Meep! I'm just gonna put that one on a big meep and take a second. So Phil was thinking something like a visual scripting language, a set of runes, each which... I know, babies, that was very scary. That was very scary. Oh. Do you want a guinea pig break? Do you want a guinea pig break? Let's do that. Hello? Do you want to say hello to the people that keep us alive? Oh, baby. Yeah, somebody wants cuddles. Somebody wants cuddles. Look at this little cutie patootie. Hang on. Look at you, little cutie. Hello. You're very quiet today. You were squeaking just a second ago. Hmm? You were squeaking just a second ago. It's my cutie baby. Little happy fatty. My little happy fatty. The other day she was snoozing so hard that I was like, hey, you want a treat? And she didn't stir, and I was freaked out for a second there. You just contented little nuggie. You just wanted some cuddles, huh? You just wanted some nuggy cuddles, huh? Little happy fatty. Little happy fatty. There you go. See, these are your adoring fans. Like, friends, I know that I'm just the, whatchamacallit, the entertainment. I'm the warm-up act for the guinea pigs. I'm their custodian, I am their concierge, and I'm okay with that. You little babies. Little happy babies. Mm-hmm. Okay, is that enough? You want to go back? Okay. Okay, well you girls can have some carrots. Because you already had a lot of kale. I'll get you some extra crunches though. How about that? How about that? Mm-hmm. Okay. There you go. There you go, cutie. Keep driving your cage over here so you can eat bickies in bed. I know. Sorry, one of the nuggies, I'm not sure which, keeps taking one of their little hides, walking it over to where the pellets are, and then plonking it down so that she can lie in her little hidey hole and eat pellets. Which, honestly, I respect that. Right? That's like bringing your bed to the fridge. But I don't know which one is doing it, and they keep jump scaring me when they bang it against the side, because they've worked out they can scare me into getting free food. That's you two, huh? My smart little buggers. Hop, chop, 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 chop. Hop, chop, 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 chop. There you go. There you go. There we go. I gave him some carrot. See, friends? You throw stuff at my dumb face, those are the cuties you're keeping alive. That shit's intense, though. Fucking hell. Video games, am I right? Whoa! I love those little cuties. Sorry, bear with me just a second. I do apologize, friends. Okay. Fuck me. This game is a fucking anxiety attack, the video game at times. Yeah! DJ! It is interesting that they gave us these grabbing claws, though, for traversal. And then we're kind of like, nah, you're good. Now it's time for the slidey slides. Okay. Oh, sorry. And Simple Chaos, like, thank you for throwing into the pint glass. I'm sorry, friends. You've all been fucking lovely, and I've not been saying my thank yous. What a degenerate. A degenerate I have become. Will overguard. Ungrateful degenerate. You know what's interesting about this is because we have it on story mode, right? Like, we don't lose anything. So, like, the tension of this is so well created. We don't lose much progress. We don't lose much in terms of, like, how much... Oh, can I make that? No. Like, we don't lose much progress, we don't lose much of where we are, and yet, it feels tense. You know what I mean? Oh. And I was trying to think why I was comparing it to Rain World, and I think it's because even though it's a carefully constructed environment, it feels like we're the ones cracking the puzzles on it, you know what I mean? We're the ones working out how to get through this. It doesn't feel like an environment that was ever designed for anyone to traverse, and yet here we are. You know what I mean? Because obviously this is an environment designed. Oh, God. Whatever this place was, it's not that anymore. I guess that's where the blame comparison comes in. Alright. Let's see what you got for us. Fuck. Oh, shit! We did it! Oh, interesting. Whenever we fuck up, it's a failed simulation. Time elapsed 2 hours, 7 minutes. And we only found just over half of all the info we could have. Fuck, that's cool. Fucking wee! Hey, Rebels, I bring you the good shit. I can't fix the world's ills, but I can show you some weird-ass indie games. Only one crystal, but we need more. Nope. Oh! So who's this little guy? Ah! You finally booted up! You are at Base Camp 17 of Observer Team C8615. I am an assistance drone for the crew. I found you partially destroyed at the top of this biome and took the liberty of repairing you. I've also fixed your climbing picks. They're waiting for you below in the maintenance hut. Go grab them. Meet me in the medical station. You can find it by following the signs. Bleep, bloop, bleep. Okay, repair log. An android from an unregistered settlement was discovered on the upper perimeter of the camp. Biological component damage seems to have been handled by its life support systems by inducing a coma. I've repaired the mechanical components using available parts. Functionality of damaged components is assumed intact. Waiting for life support systems to boot. Android's consciousness. And Android's Consciousness is a fucking great band name. Yo! Look how fucking cool this is! Maiden Abyss says what? Fuck, this is cool. Aha! Climbed your signs. I'm on your roof. I'm on your roof! I will say though, friends, I need to piss. So let's take a quick pee break here. Angelos, I think a paper mock-up of Phyllis's concept is a really good idea. Phyllis, I love the idea of constructing the pieces of a spell. And I think that you could do it from a first-person perspective with, like, jewels on a hand or, like, you know, runes that you weave into the air before casting and things like that. But I don't know. I might be taking it mentally in a different direction. Android versus cyborg is a distinction in origin towards a peen of robots and people. Fucking yo. Shout out to Blade Runner for breaking Tiny Will's brain on the concept of what an android could be. Thanks, movie. Okay, I need to pee. Back in a sec. Peck out. Right, let's go get our picks. Oh, a sheet. That's the other thing. I'm just gonna get my hoodie real quickly. Sorry about this. I was trying to decide if I wanted to make myself a food thing around about this time, but I'm being taken out for food at about 8 o'clock this evening, so yeah. It does mean you've only got me for about an hour and change. Well, just under 2 hours. But yeah, I'm all la-di-da fancy. Okay. Where did we come from? We came from there, so we want to head down towards mechanical. Ooh, failed biome. So I think there's something about this whole area that has this implication of, I don't know. Maybe that's the other thing of, like, you know, Rainworld is a post-civilization ecosystem. This is, I don't know, post-civilization superstructures. If naught but robots and androids and the ilk are all that exist, you know, that could be why the vibes are feeling so similar. Post-ecosystem, thank you. If the daddy loglegs are in here, then I am going to scream a lot. Those things are bad enough in Rainworld, which we will be getting more of by the end of this month. Right. We have GDC, then I get back, then a week later, Rainworld. Cannot say fairer than that. Yeah, got that sweet, sweet snack and cheese. Snack cheese, different from night cheese. Also, okay, one thing I have not been able to understand. So, I buy the same kind of snacky cheese, right? It's like mozzarella sticks. No, not specifically mozzarella. Well, you know what I mean. How it tastes is drastically different from bag to bag. What's up with you, cheese? Why are you inconsistent? Aeon asking if I've checked the expiration date. It's cheese. It's milk grasping at immortality. Why do I need to check the sell-by date? Tis the immortal cheese. Oh, you bastard. Wait, Phyllis, didn't we stream Primordium? No! Primordium's the cute robots, isn't it? Yeah, I might be able to make it. Primordium's the cutie patootie robots, right? Because we did the fucked up. Oh, fuck you, mate. We did the fucked up Nightmare Circus. Thank you, Aeon. I nearly biffed that whole thing on the easiest maneuver. Oh, Sauron, you're still lurking, right? I always feel like you're our resident robot expert. And I know I'm going to say something that we all know, but I think the best example of post-humanity robots has got to be Stray, because they emulate the culture that preceded them while slowly morphing it into their own. I think about the robots in Stray probably more than any other because they have ramen shops. They make their own ramen. But they're robots. They don't need to eat. It's a process they go through, right? A ritual. A emulated, learned behavior that has become part of culture. I think about that so much. They're good and cute, but they have a culture that feels like a thing that they are exploring of their own ideas. And, oh man, where'd he go? Did any of you see like an asshole robot go by here? Oh, he's up there. How are we getting to him? For some reason I've got less than Jake's. Fuck dog, I'm not going out like this. Stuck in my head. Though you've got to admit that the kind of post-humanity vibes of this, it does feel like Made in Abyss for robots. Made in Abyss for little androids who should know better. But yeah, as Sarah was saying, like, the robots in Stray are kind of evolving their own culture from it. I don't know, there's many forms of media that have experimented with that. There was one with, I want to say Antonio Banderas, about AI life form growing ever more complex. The theme of that one was that robots developing their own culture will eventually become so clever as to be beyond human understanding, or that their intellect would reach a point where they can no longer communicate back and forth. I thought that was kind of interesting. I found Strays to be more, I don't know, organic. God, I wish Deantwood weren't in Chappie, because Chappie's another great one. The idea of robots learning from environment. Oh, yes! Lancer does play with that. With their cascading AI. Yes! Because it's kind of... Cascading AI is different from, like, potential rampancy. Another thing that I find fascinating. But rampancy only really happens from a system that isn't able to, like, rework its idea of thinking. Which there's a part of me that thinks that's part of living and growing, is how to, like, examine the same information in better ways. So, i.e., like, when you're a youngling, you learn how to count, and you count on your hands. As you grow older, you learn different ways of counting and calculating numbers. Like, that's part of growing. That's your way of understanding knowledge becoming more optimized, faster, betterer. with Halo and I guess, Bungie's other games, like, their concepts of artificial intelligence are more like a flashed human brain, but it doesn't seem to be able to readjust how it analyzes information. Angela says, speak for yourself. I ain't learnt any numbers. I have, in fact, learnt less. But rampancy in the Bungie universe is the amount of data that that an AI accumulates and creates. They essentially, think themselves to death. The idea that knowledge has got nowhere to go, it becomes, stored and stored, almost like a noggin cancer, and then it's kind of fucked up. Whereas the Cascade AI is that eventually that whole concept of analyzing and reanalyzing the same data would result in an AI that can analyze things so well and so fast that it can't communicate at a level that we can understand. Simple Chaos, you too are a fan of Obey the Beard. Bruce Kemble, if you will. And Restless Roots, what? Oh, and welcome. Our second raid of the day. Oh, interesting. I never got that far into Kenshi, but that's an interesting one. The idea of robots resetting their memories to avoid rampancy. That would be fascinating, having to sit back and decide what you keep and don't keep to free up enough memory to not think yourself to death. Yeah, so Restless Roots, how was your stream? What were you up to? What? Oh, and welcome. I Could Only Count to 4 is Psycho Stick's Drowning Pool parody that continues to make me smile to this day, and also includes their other songs, Obey the Beard, which is fun, but their Bruce Kemble song. If I'm feeling down, if I'm feeling a little sad, pop that on. Bruce Kemble, doop, 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 doop. I'll just do that around the flat. Anyway, so this is one of the little tablets we found. Our mission is to find a solution to our home settlement's fungal infestation, both structural and for infected humans. Research has been slow, but we may have found a flower that blossoms in the mold. It could be the key to an antifungal material. We communicate our findings with the settlement today, and they have requested us to return with the flower to study further. Personally, I'd love to go back. It's been far too long. Keraso's behavior is concerning me. They have stopped contributing to the team meetings almost entirely. They've stopped turning in logs to our assistant. Normally, the assistant uses them to evaluate mental health. They go down to the land on their own as well. We have raised the concern with the home settlement, and they told us to expedite our return. We will pack up any research material and head back tomorrow. I'll notify my partner tonight, and I hope they take it well. Yeah, I mean, Saren, I know Lancer. I have not had a chance to play it yet. And I still haven't forgiven what's-his-face, Quinns, for doing a whole spiel about how we need to play more tabletop games that aren't D&D, and then spend the entirety of Lance Review shitting on Lancer. If you say mean things in a nice voice, they're still mean. Quinns. Quinifer. Smashed it! Yes, Fearless. And those differentiations make for great characterization. Chaos, I didn't know that. So Simple Chaos was saying that in Destiny, the Robo race also do memory purges, and then they incrementally increase their number. So Cade 6 has been memory wiped 6 times, which is fun scary when you consider that the weaponsmith is Banshee 99. Fucking hell. Like, it's kind of up there with the mood wheel from Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, in that it is simultaneously something that can have some really cool abilities, And it's also fucking terrifying. You know, being able to edit your own memory could have some great advantages, but fucking scary. Oh, hey, Robo friend. What's up? This is the last member of the observer team stationed at this base camp. They have been severely infected by the poisonous air. Well, I'm a robot, so I don't give a shit. I am not programmed to leave the camp, but if I were to possess a mold flower, I could create medicine for them. If you help me find a mold flower in the biome floor, I can extend a bridge to the waste tunnels below. I saw something strange go in that direction that might be of interest to you. You need to learn how to tic-tac in order to get down there. I printed a tic-tac firmware on a storage disk for you. You can pick it up on the entrance on your way out. The way down is across the yellow scaffolding. Use the tic-tac to reach the walk bays above. Check for research huts below. They may have information just where to find mold flowers. Okay. Being able to edit your own memories, isn't that called alcohol? It's like gacha. I mean, I guess you can't know what traumas you've forgotten, because once you've forgotten them, they're not there anymore. But also, sometimes you forget stupid stuff, and you reach for it in your noggin, and you're like, wait, how come that's not there? Alcohol is like picking a bunch of system files based on vibes and then deleting them. That's the best way to talk about it. I say this as a consummate pisshead. Okay, a summary of one of the observer's psychological profiles has been left on the screen. Summary: increased stress in recent months, increased divergent desire to abandon mission in favor of personal pursuit to find new home settlement, recent withdrawal from team meetings using personal journal, increased usage of avoidant speech, inappropriately conspiratorial commentary on other team members' statements, risk of paranoia. Diagnosis: facial and bodily spore infection. Cause: violent attack, punctured visor glass, allowing for atmospheric spore to be inhaled. Vitals: stable but likely to decline. Treatment: palliative care and keep sedated. There's a possibility that mold flower research could yield an intravenous antifungal fluid. However, mold flowers are rare according to research. Alright. So was ist das? Ability installed. Tic-tac. Telling me how to... Okay. Aim at the target and press space to kick off a wall. Oh, now we get a wall jump. Alright. Oh, we really have to get those angles just right. Woo! Oh, we flying. They're waiting for you, Gordon, in the kickflip chamber. Sweet moves, Gordon. The fuck did you learn how to do that? With my brains and your sick kickflips, we'll make an excellent team. Oh, how many days in and Will has descended to madness? Mushrooms. Why did it have to be mushrooms? I don't think we can use it to slow our descent, though. Can't do this. Mushrooms and Kickflips with Gordon Freeman. Maybe that should be my book.
With my brains and your sick jumps, we'll make an excellent team. I'm gonna stay here and wait for my kickflips.
Fuck. Who wants to go splat into some mushrooms? Fucking we! And the fact we're gonna have to climb this back up again. Maybe they're soft. They were not soft. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, mate.
I never thought I'd see a 300 degrees... I never thought I'd see a 900 degree spin, let alone complete one. Why do we all have to do these ridiculous kickflips? They're waiting for you, Gordon, in the half pipe. Well, you see, Gordon, this whole time we did not realize all our attempts to contact Zen. Indeed, it was heaven that was a half pipe.
Yeah, but you forgot about that song. Bet you put that one in the fucking bank. Well, surprise. Much like Nickelback, I'm here to remind you. I feel like I just fucked up. We. Fucking we. Fuck. Jumped a little too early. I don't know. I think the reason why I've been obsessing over this is, I think I told you all, I got hands-on with the Engines of Destruction playtest. And it was fine. Oh, hang on a sec. Excuse me, I'm sorry. And it was fine. Like, I didn't get the chance to play a multiplayer match. I didn't get the chance to really get into the paint about what it's doing. It's kind of seeking to be like a midway point between MechWarrior 2 and Steel Battalion, right? A lot of the fun, funky features are currently not implemented, which is fine, you know. I can't whinge at a game that doesn't have a game that's like, well, we're going to do early access. What do you mean you don't have every feature enabled at the beginning of early access? This is a travesty. Right, I ain't that guy. Yes, I did immediately try and push the self-destruct button. And there's a weird... I can't tell if it's intentional or unintentional, but all crotch shots are incredibly powerful. Like, if you want to drop another mech, you aim for the crotch. This isn't a bit that literally how to win. Can I make that? Can I pet that dog? Hey, Furret, what's on? Welcome. So welcome to Lorne's Lore, where we're getting lore. This is a first-person climbing game about exploring a post-civilization crumbling structure. It is fascinating, it is powerful, and it's really fucking cool. Though, fuck that gem. I do not get paid enough to get that. Now it means. How are you? Oh man, okay, we can't parkour this. I may have fucked up. Oh! Not too badly though. That's my favorite virus. That's my favorite virus. No one knows how cool we are in this little corner of the internet. We just working? Well, let me show you some weird shit mushroom world that we're currently trying to explore our way down. TLDR, we're trying to follow something. It looks like a glitch owl. I don't know a better way to describe it. And it is currently leading us deeper and deeper into this superstructure, right? I think this is the way to go. Oh, oh, haha! Not dead! Get fucked, Freeman! I don't need your shit! Sorry. It is absolutely fascinating. Oh yes, the snails do know how cool we are. You know, we haven't done a snails night in a while. I gotta remember to get that on the fucking docket. Although I did and do owe you all a night of depth. So that's what's happening tomorrow. Yay. I love that for me. Ooh. Well, that worked. So numbers, currently we're just climbing down this superstructure, talking about robots in video games and the ilk. Oh, that's what I was kind of scratching at, is I wanted to talk about, oh, fucking hell. Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. I was talking about Engines of Destruction, which is a new mech game, which had its, like, first test session over the weekend. Not the smartest move to run it at the same time as fucking Monster Hunter, but, you know. Each their own. Oh. The Stairway to Sneven. It's coming. It's coming. Fuck. Piss! But the thing I wanted to say was, with Engine of Destruction, it's a really fascinating technical demo, right? Like, if you enjoy the physicality of giant robot stuff, it's great, but it has nothing else to it yet, right? And I don't know, I've been pondering on that since. Chaos says, probably after we do the Stairway to Snell. We've been to Snell, actually. Thank you. Think I haven't been to Snell before. How dare you, Simple Chaos? How dare you? We went to Snell and back. Fuck, fuck, fuck! This Snail full of snarks. No, so far, the entirety of Snail Simulator is a shark-free experience, which is why I enjoy it. Just very quickly, friends, if you're wondering what the fuck I'm talking about, if someone could be so kind as to drop the link in chat, I'd be very grateful. There is a game on Steam called Snail Simulator. It is an everyone on one server
game where you play a snail and that's it. And it's fucking good. Come on! No! No! How am I not dead? Snevin is a snuff pipe. Thank you, caffeine. Singing if I die before I wake. At least in Snevin I can snate. I want to see how far we can push this. That was some speedrun tactics. Oh, Snevin is a place on Snurf. I mean, we already have snails. And the snails, they know how cool we are. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Okay, that didn't work that time. Oh, I just broke my fucking face there. Oh, shitbed. Oh, Kettle, I mean, hey, good to see you. Sorry about the bed shitting. How is it going? What and welcome. I think that's the thing that everybody comments on the Longship is I just have such lovely personal greetings for everyone as they come in. You know. So, thank you for 7 months. How are you doing? Watto and welcome. We're climbing down before we have to climb up. Oh no, it's all good. This isn't a scary game per se. It's just... tense is the wrong word. Actually, no, tense is exactly the right fucking word. We are an android attempting to follow a glitch through a post-civilization structure, and it's fucking good. Like, it's exceptional. Also, I'm sure you've all noticed it's way more freeform with us right now. Fuck. It's being way more freeform with us than it was in some of the previous areas. It is trusting us, one, to work our way down, but also to work our way back up again. Alright, so we're looking for base camps, and we're looking for a mushroom flower. There we go. Well, so Dustin, again, I think that's where this Rain World feeling is coming from. This is a world in its own right. Like, this is an old structure that has crumbled over time. It doesn't hate us. There's no monster chasing us. There is no Ooka Booka Booka here. But in the same breath, this is an uncaring, unfeeling superstructure. It was here long before us. It will be here long after we're gone. Right? Nope. Okay. Root biome cluster detected. Interbiome bridge. That's what we're waiting for. Status quarantined with mold contamination. Communication acknowledgement failed. Cannot reconnect. Hardware failure detected. Okay. This world is not our enemy, but it is also not our friend, you know? In Rain World, it's easy to get frustrated, but I think the reason why people persevere is because nothing in Rain World really hates you. There's no spite. right? Except for maybe the scavs after I've blown them up like 50 times. Hell, even Pebs. Like, okay, Pebs isn't making anything better, but Pebs isn't evil. Like, all of his shit is very understandable. Aha! Well, well, well. What do we have? What do we have here? Alright, research log. Mold flower. Optimal environment parameters. Mold flowers grow in areas protected from direct precipitation, but are still moist. Ugh. This means they are found in the underground areas that have exposure to the atmosphere. Seeds only sprout from the mold when it has reached the pink state. Seeds exist prior to biome collapse, but likely never fully bloomed until afterwards. Only 2 have been found and harvested, here to be sent back home. More exist in the underside of the biome floor, but may be dangerous to access. He's a dick. It's not personal, but like, you know, Pebbles was made for a specific purpose that he himself will never be allowed to have. And his purpose complete, he's like just fucking left to grow old, senile, and decay. Like, Moon's much more accepting of this, but in the same breath, Moon also never had a choice about her situation either, so. You know what I mean? Does anyone mind if I talk Rainworld plot? I just realised I hadn't really asked if anyone minded spoilers. You know, the Longship has done pretty much everything that one can do, canonically, story-wise. Yes, I know I haven't done the fucking bastard cat. I can't be asked. But in my defense, I guess I'm not a gamer. No matter what the Daily Mail says about me. Yeah, I know. What I feel is I have to remember that, like, you know, we do good here in the Longship. Like, we find new cool people. You know? Like, Ketterall's at, what, 7 months? Which means that you may have seen a bit of Slugfest, and that's it. Oh. I don't know what we just picked up, but we picked it up. Like a fan or something. God, there's probably so much fucking hidden lore in this shit. Bundle of burnt wood. Materials data suggest it has been here for a few hundred years. Fuck it out. Okay, so. Rainworld's fascinating because you aren't necessarily the characters in the story. You play the Slugcats. You are the agents of change, either made or found by the varying AI still left over. You know, as you well know, the creatures of that world worked out how to ascend, how to move on to the next plane of consciousness. Good on them, I guess. They did this by creating these powerful supercomputers that could work it out. You know? Bit of a weird thing when you stop to think about the idea that it wasn't so much that they had faith, but they made computers so powerful that those computers could go, yeah, no, you're good. Like, don't even worry about it. Ascension? Oh yeah, not only is it possible, but, like, here's how to fucking do it. Have I fucked up again? Oh, very quite possibly. Let's get back on some even footing. However, these gigantic supercomputers were then left with they themselves no way to ascend. And they all handled it in very different ways. And Pebs, he went, fuck you guys, I'm ascend anyway. How about I do anyway? I'm going to work out how an AI can ascend. And that quest is what ends up, one, creating the reign of Rainworld. Fuck. Oh well. Fuck, that's massive. That's where we need to be, I guess. It's just a game about slugcats. But yeah, you play as the cutie patootie slugcats. The survivor is unrelated. I believe canonically you're a descendant of a creature that was designed to help clean out pipes and other small infrastructures like inside the ancient creations. So numbers, a lot of it was explained in better detail as you go into like the Downpour DLC, but originally it was all in the pearls and implied, you know. We know that Peb stole all the water and basically starved out Moon. That's why Moon's superstructure falls. We know that Pebs was on the verge of a breakthrough, or at least Pebs thought they were on the verge of a breakthrough in terms of working out how to ascend. But then Moon's cries for help, because, you know, they were starving, essentially. The idea is the supercomputers in Rainworld are hydroelectric. And Pebs decided that because he was trying to calculate the ultimate question, he should have all of the water. And the cycle of, like, consume and purge is what causes the insane downpour of Rainworld. As for in the original game, like, yeah, it's mostly told through the pearls that you find. Also, the fact that the hunter's job is basically to restart Moon. That's why you have that little jelly in your stomach. All right. A mushroom flower. Cool. Got the mushroom flower. Now we just need to get all the way back up again. Cool. It's just a game about ponies. Oh, I mean, Phyllis, that works too. The important note is that whether or not they're hydroelectric or what have you, they need that water to function. Peb steals all of Moon's. And as the story continues, we then find out about the other AIs and, you know, their involvements, either trying to help Pebs or tell him to chill the fuck out. Am I fucked? Am I fucked? I can't climb that. Damn it! Can't climb structures made of mushrooms. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Remember me! Oh fuck, what were we saying? Oh! The reason I wanted to talk about this is because, like, one, you as a slug cat, you aren't the guy, right? It's not your story. You affect it, you know? The slug cats who are constructed are all constructed for very different reasons. Fuck! You know, the heartbreaking one is that the hunter was made wrong. The hunter was made wrong. And that's why he fucking dies. Like... why... don't make me fall in love with this little guy. And then... fuck! Although it's worth noting that, at least so far as we understand, not all... ah, how's that for some fucking parkour? Not all of the slug cats were constructed as far as we know, but a lot of them were. You know, we know that the Spearmaster was... I don't know if the Rivulet was, but the Rivulet loves Moon. Rivulet is Moon's little baby. And is the fucking cutest. And I don't think anyone else needs me to explain why the Rivulet is beautiful and lovely with no flaws. The Artificer is a strange one because, like, they're already raising a generation of slug cats, so their background is more, I don't know, they got problems. Oh yes, Nova and Moon is thick, as confirmed by the team. I gotta see if I can talk to my person at Acapura. Sorry, this is apropos of nothing, but one of my goals for GDC is to reconnect with a lot of people, because I've been trying to get hold of them to have a chat about Rainworld before downpour drops. Not just Acapura, but, you know, video cult friendos and stuff like that, and I've not been able to get hold of anybody. And... you know, I'm doing my best not to let paranoia set in. You know what I mean? I'm trying not to be all like, oh no, that's it. Longship's over. Everyone hates me. Everyone hates me. Longship over. This is the end. But I know I talked about this a lot the other day, so I don't need to, like, go into it twice, but... you know. Brain spiders are real. Fear is real. Maybe that's why I'm thinking about this shit so much right now. I will. Though Nova, I've got to decide whether or not to wear it to GDC, because usually my rule is no video game merch. But... I love this shirt. It's really cool and I like it. Okay, sorry. My brain's going in about 3 different directions, so I'm just going to take a breath. Just take a little beat. I think we're all good. Yep, I think we're all good. Okay. Hey!
Nobody like me, everybody hate me, think I'll go and be eaten by worms, since I'm allegedly, well, you know,
You're not
musical notes.
dead! Stop telling people that you're dead! You're not dead! You're not dead! You're gonna get me into legal trouble! You're not dead! Still not dead! Fuck. Guys. Sometimes I can still hear Bacon's voice, like a whisper on the wind, on the face of every child. Haha, knew it. It's weird. I feel like I'm getting a sense for this world. You know, it's strange climbing logic. Parkour. Fucking terrors, a lot of you. Bacon is not dead. I'm gonna get a fucking investigation of the FTC. See it now. The Will Overguard death scandal. Be on fucking Dextro or something. Streamer takes money for fake funeral. Fans outraged. Yeah, see, if I go down for this, the internet will describe you as longship fans. You'll have to live with the concept of being a Will Overguard stan. You can't unring that bell. You can't watch that stink off. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. Oh. 3, nearly 4 hours of climbing and the madness has begun to take hold. I try and remember the person I was before we began this climb. Hey, look, you don't need my help to edit the wiki. I know peeps haven't really used it too much, but it's just there. Aha! So long, suckers! Do 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 do. Ba dum bum ba bum 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 ba. Rum bum bum ba bum ba dum. It's fine, now all we have to do is climb this insane spire of madness and jobs are good and simples. Sorry, Rebel says, they're forever going to associate that song with the image of your tarnished skiing on the moon made of cheese with my spooky moon wife. The funniest thing someone put on Facebook was, how does it feel to be a trophy husband? I responded with, it's everything I wished and more. I could be a trophy partner. Sit around, look pretty, say clever things like, yes dear, that's so funny. Sorry, I'm just jumping back in and unholy glee. You best start getting used to being called a Will Overguard stan, 'cause you are one. Yeah. When the Longship Bacon Avenger scandal finally drops, that's how they'll classify you. It was actually really interesting reading a lot of Nathan's book and talking about, like, Twitch communities. Like, it's shit that we know and we've talked about a lot, but it's always nice to kind of have it confirmed. That, like, oh, sorry. You aren't fans of me. You are people I digi know. Not quite parasocial, but like, you come with me on these streams where we talk about everything and nothing and video games and natter. Y'all are, you know, you aren't fans of me. We are a community of fucking weirdos, mostly game-centric weirdos that have somehow found each other on this, twitch.television. And it was really interesting at how much Nathan's book talked about that being the key kind of component. Well, numbers, I've been pondering that as well, because, like, I did think I would be seeing a lot more people more often when I moved out by myself, and that hasn't been the case. And it's not because I don't want to, but just because, you know, everything happens so much. I might be going the wrong way here. But I don't know if I'd call it parasocial. But, I mean, it could be, but it would be parasocial kind of the other way. Like, I'm the one assuming a familiarity with y'all, not the other way round, you know? Yeah, the power of parasocial doesn't mean digital. You don't have, you know... It doesn't have to just be physicality hangouts to be, like, actual... I don't know. Obviously, and the other thing that, you know, Nathan talks about very well is the transactional element of Twitch, right? Twitch does encourage you to incentivize and monetize your nonsense. And, you know, you lot do keep me alive. But, I don't know. Sorry, I'm in a really fucking complicated climbing pattern here, talking about really complicated topics again. Why do I keep doing this? Alna says the power actually refers to parrots. You cannot disprove that Chad is a flock of pecking keyboards. I can handle one existential crisis at a time, Alna. One at a time. Fuck you. Sorry, not you. I biffed that jump. Oh, fucking hell. Woo! Oh. I think I just clenched everything for a split second there. Cock on, motherfuckers. But I've heard them in Discord. Guess what else parrots do? Screech at me when they don't get attention. Oh, I was about to freak out and be like, what the fuck do we do next? It's cool. We're on to... We're back to climbing. Oh, fuck me. Dies. I do like the fact that... Oh, fucking hell. Canonically, these deaths aren't us actually dying. It's our little onboard robo-computer doing the calculations. God damn it. And then realising that it wouldn't work. That's what I was aiming for. Kick off like there's no tomorrow. Kick off like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, like the Katana Zero game and a few others. It's a nice little narrative conceit. I still think the smartest one we've encountered recently, though, was that pirate game. Oh, what was it fucking called? Where the ship itself is a ghost. And the fact that you can respawn is because... So the fact that you can save and load is because of the powers of the ship. That was fucking cool. Ah, and C222, what a welcome, friend. How are you doing? Haha. You know what, Angelos? Thank you, because that's how it feels from this way, you know. I may not rip the piss out of you lot as much as we do out of me, but I also know it's in good fucking humour. And parasocial kind of is it's that feeling that you know like a celebrity or a famous person, and you know, all you've really done is watch their YouTube videos. And hey, like, I'm guilty of it too. I told you all about the Raoul Cooley thing during lockdown. It was really fucking weird. I met him at PAX. And like... Fuck. Okay, it didn't bit fit. Like, that's what I consider to be, like, parasocial. So Rebels, I fucking love that as a narrative conceit, and I think that that is free real estate for anybody who's not making a sci-fi game. Rebels was just saying that, not to make it all about Pathologic 2, I'm always down to talk about Pathologic, but the idea that each of your failed playthroughs isn't a death, it is an actor who's gotten the fucking play wrong and is getting yelled at by the director. Like, that's fucking great. No, 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 no. From the top! Like, you don't need to have a narrative conceit for save loads and deaths in your game. You don't. Like, you don't owe anybody narrative shit. But having those kinds of conceits means you can play with them, right? One of the things I thought was so clever... and if you get to make about Pathologic, I get to make another Dark Souls reference because fuck you, it's my show. But when I first got super into Dark Souls, the idea that when you went to a bonfire, everything reset was such a great way to save time and garbage collection. Like, for users to know where they have and haven't been. Ooh, shit the bed. A great way for users to know where they have or haven't been, because sorry, let me breathe. You don't have to do garbage collection. You don't have to remember where every creature is. They can just respawn whenever you go to the bonfire, the whole area resets, jobs are good. Oh yeah, Unholy Glee, Pathologic 3 is actually happening. And while Pathologic 2 is technically like a remake or a reimagining of Pathologic 1... Fuck. Man, that shit's damn. Woohoo! Pathologic 3 does appear to be a direct sequel. Ah, fucking eat your heart out, Zen! Oh, fuck. Okay, put that heart back. Stop eating that heart. Oh shit, I forgot. Rebels, I completely forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. Rebels was saying that Pathologic 2 plays on the concept of the remake, because at the beginning of Pathologic 2, you get yelled at by the director because you fucked up the first night, i.e. Pathologic 1. And unreliable narration gives you so much... It gives you so much leeway to fuck with stuff where you might otherwise have had a very bad time. And hell, like, unreliable narration and saving mechanics and shit like that. I mean, good old Near Automatic Tomato does that so well. Huh. 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 There's something else I'm missing here. There we go.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh,
Twitch baby time. What are we naming it?
Oh God, Jester, an excellent question. Oh, sorry, firstly, Jester, that's 9 months at a tier 3. That's $25 you've been throwing in to keep this operation going. So seriously, thank you. But now we've got to name the baby. I'll assume that Scrotor is off the table. And remember, friends, you can have a child registered whilst the birth is in progress. If you are not the one popping out the sproglet, you can pop downstairs and name it whatever the fuck you want. That's a will fact. Do with this cursed information whatever you want. Fuck. Like, throw yourself off this fucking building. God, this area is fucking damp. Tiny Scrotal. So, Jester, what a welcome. How have you been? We were talking about, like, I guess parasocial relationships and how the Longship's more of a community because I'm not famous. Like, the majority of the things I do in my life these days that are interesting is literally this, like stream-wise and stuff like that, so. Oh, how's that for a slice of fried gold? So that's why, at least from my perspective, it's not parrot fucking. Shit the bed! It's not Paris screams shit the bed loudly. Take it back. I take it all back. Oh. Oh, Angelos, I hope so. Like, I understand that, like, let's say tomorrow suddenly think, oh, God damn it, chaos. A shark fact on the edge of this weird mushroom world. You know, if we suddenly hit like Joe-Cat levels, then I don't know what we'd do. But we ain't there. Oh, and to those of you who just joined us and you're wondering what the fuck shark facts are, so yesterday Aperios popped over and brought me a bunch of stuff from the P.O. box, including some lovely Christmas cards I'd forgotten to get, and some Gundams. And Aperios also brought over my Christmas present. And that was some Tepig cards. Yay! It was just Tepig cards and nothing, just kidding. It was 1001 shark facts. And while I was pooping, Aperios added the shark fact redemption. The liver contains high quantities of oil that aid buoyancy, like the swim bladder of a bony fish. That's a shark fact. Grayson says, you're Joe-Cat famous in our hearts. Look, I'm happy with where I'm at. And I am so fucking stoked that Joe's had all the success that they've had. But also, that hasn't come without nothing. Like, the whole, like, there's been a lot of targeted stuff against Joe, which fucking sucks, and I want to smash people who do that. I need to not talk about important subjects while I'm trying to jump. And thank you, Nova. Basking sharks use their gill slits for feeding as well as breathing. Ugh. Attached to the gill supports are comb-like structures called gill rakers that filter plankton from seawater. Fuck off, Immortal N. A bony fish, such as a perch, is very different inside from a shark. It has a long intestine and a large roe. Fuck me. You know what? I lost my train of thought. I guess I could say, like, I've had my spree of being a notable person on the internet, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. However, Joe-Cat's rise to success is one of the happiest fucking things that has happened in so long, and it continues to make me smile. You know, I'm lucky that I've been able to call Joe an actual friend. Like, before things popped off, I just got, you know, Joe and I have been nattering for years, predominantly, like, based off of, like, kind of being Floydo friends, really. And a few PAXs ago, I was like, Joe, do you want to just come to PAX? I was like, oh, I haven't got a badge. I don't know where to stay. Now, this was pre-plague. And I was like, just, 1, come to mine. 2, I'll give you a badge. Like, don't even worry about it. It was a real cool time. I did not tell Fiona anything about Joe prior to them staying with us. And it was very funny when they found out. I'm a bit of a terror like that sometimes. Shit, I forget where we're going with this. But yeah, so like, Joe now has a very, very large fandom on YouTube, on Twitch, and places like that, so that's a lot of work to keep that all together, and I don't envy it. Oh, I can just climb. I'm happy that we have this little space, and, you know, I can have like a little conversation with you all, you know? Ah, god damn it. Numbers wanted you to know that that one's from them, Furret. That's one from them. The liver is a small, the liver is small, and most bony fish have a balloon-like organ called a swim bladder. This is filled with gas and acts as an internal life buoyancy. Yeah, Saren, I mean, I don't know if you probably talk to Joe more than I do these days. And like, you know, you've got a following and a half. I feel that your online persona must soak a lot of that damage, but, you know. Sorry, I don't mean to get into, like, the trials and tribulations of internet fame. Like I said, I was, air quotes, internet famous for, like, maybe about a year and change during the Total War setup. I got recognized in an airport once, which was fucking surreal. And I just said goodbye to my partner at the time, who was going to study abroad for a year. So I'm there, like, covered in snot, having been ugly crying, and this person's like, oh shit, are you Will from Rome 2? And I'm just like, No one recognizes you when you look hot. People only recognize you when you are at your worst. Anyway, during that time, like, oh boy. Like, even before Rome 2 released, and it was a fucking disaster at launch, and everyone started wishing I would die of, like, ass or ball cancer, shit got weird. Like, we got hit with, like, a coordinated attack, from, I don't remember which online hate group, and it was just a... Alright, we're going around that way. And it was bad. Like, they constructed this whole story about how Craig and I diddled kids. And they started telling the story to each other in the comments, in this like, oh shit, did you hear this happened? Oh no, I didn't hear this happen, but did you hear this happened? Like, I still feel bad about it to this day, because it happened while we were at an event. And I was so tired and hungover from the night before, I didn't pick up the call from Rob telling us what was going on. Craig did. So Craig got a wake up at like 6 o'clock in the morning before an event being told, yeah, the internet thinks you're pedophiles. Gotta love that. Saren was saying that Joe's on another level. Like, Saren has Twitter numbers, but in the end it means very little. Yeah. Oh yeah, David Icke did accuse us of being weirdo conspiratorial lizards. That was fun. Man, I haven't given a moment's thought to David Icke since just now. Oh, what a good time. Look, virals. Like, we'll see how things are come PAX time, but, you know... Okay, I don't know who I will need to give Crash Base to come PAX, but if possible, like, you'd be more than welcome. Huh. Numbers, that's so wild. Yeah, and I wouldn't say that I'm jelly, but the one thing that I do think about, just because Sauron gets to roll the bones with Joe every now and then, I think about like how much I have to do in a day to keep the longship going, and I think about how much you know Joe and Floydo and Peeps all do in different ways, and it does give me kind of like a message paralysis. Whenever I have like an idea that I'm like, oh, you know what, I should message people about this one. And then I get in my own fucking head and I'm like, nah, if I'm busy, then they must be busy and I don't want to annoy them and I don't want them to think that I'm trying to, you know, claw up their back for internet stardom. Thankfully, every now and then I get shithoused and that gets through that and I just fucking blep at people and do it anyway. Oh, alright, well, virals, let me know, and we'll see what's going down. It would be fucking cool to hang out at PAX. We'll see if we can get, like, the West Coast Sea of Thieves team together. Oh, Dice, I know. Although I don't have work for PAX East, so it's unlikely that I'll be going this year. The Pisser is the 1 year that I'd be able to. I can't. Anyway, that was a lovely little climb to get this flower. Alright, excellent. You came back in less time than I predicted. Since you have fulfilled your end of the contract, I will uphold mine. I have extended the bridge to the West Waste tunnels and activated the elevator to the roof. You can find it near the tower on the other island and continue your journey from there. You can get there by descending the lower tower in the second aisle. Follow the scaffolding, top the elevator, and good luck! Alright. Well, don't die, tiny human. Don't die. No, that's where I need to head. Wait, I have to go all the way back down? Oh, fuck me. Sorry, I only fell off the fucking side there in indignation. Oh. Well, I will say, Saren, if you ever want to do stupid things with me, I always have dumb ideas. Okay, we can take the tube back that way. All right, fuck off! Oh, yeah. The world of internet, like relationships and communications and stuff, is such a strange one. But, you know, this is where we live. This is where we live. And hey, like I've said, I fucking love doing this. And the amount of you that help me do that is fucking incredible, so. Saren says I love it, and also simultaneously terrifies. I mean, I'm just gonna say it, I have it significantly easier. Because like what is the expectation of a good day on the longship, right? An indie game and some good banter. And this will fucking shock you to your robotic core, dear Saren. I love talking. And I love talking about video games. I know. I understand you weren't prepared for this revelation. It's shocking, I know. But the reason why I would say that I have it easier is because, like, predominantly I'm creating a space and a conversation, right? And I'm a community manager. Like, I'm fucking trained for this shit. Oh, fuck. Not trained for that jump, though. Yeah, Virals, too bad there's no indie games. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Dies. Whereas, like, you know, people that create, you know, videos and art and other elements for their, like, online profession, where they're kind of reliant on that output, like, fuck. You're all I have so much respect for. It's like I can hear an indie game's voice on the wind. More like the void rains on her fart. Boosh! Nailed it. Comedy genius! You know. And the other thing which I've talked to you all about at great length, oh fuck, not dead, is that I got to practice streaming through, like, you know, working for CA and other companies. You know, I had fucking Fred and Emily teach me the way. Talking about video games, well, that I've been doing the whole time. I still have nightmares about the face one of my, air quotes, friends pulled in school when I tried to explain to them who Skate was from Streets of Rage 2. The look of both confusion and disgust is burnt into my brain. I still laugh at the fact that people would see me in the fucking break room in CA and avoid me because because I'm a talker. Oh, I have really fucked up here, though. Oh, I can't unfuck this horse. Oh. Oh, if there's enough time. Yes! Horse unfucked! Angelo says, I was very hyperactive in the CA era. I mean, I still am. I just get it out of my system. You know? I get to talk to you lot about everything that I'm passionate about all fucking day. This game says more than I can about it, but the scope, the scale of everything is fucking incredible. There's no fights, there's no battles, there's no nothing. It's just us and a structure unfeeling and uncaring and impossible. Imagine all of the energy I've put into talking about this today with no exit valve. That suddenly you are a little bit hungover and a little bit tired in the break room at work, and a wide-eyed, enthusiastic Will pops up with an indie game to talk about. You know, look, I get it. I get it. I am a fucking terror when it comes to this shit. You know? Oh. Sarah, were you there when Craig and I got the ban saying we weren't allowed to play Unreal Tournament anymore? After the Hetty Wainthropp versus Bergerac day. I think that was the loudest Craig and I have ever been. Sorry, I'm telling a lot of stories at you. Welcome to the stream. Rebel says they've done the same thing to their roommate on numerous occasions. Well, you get it. Alright, so, Hetty Wainthropp Investigates and Bergerac are two British, air quotes, crime shows. Both of them old. Both of them the main staple of daytime TV, along with Diagnosis Murder and other such. Me and Craig decided that we were going to start an Unreal Tournament, as in original Unreal Tournament. And with that, we were going to battle over daytime TV shows and which one was better. And one of our early matches was Hetty Wainthropp versus Bergerac. Bergerac's kind of funny because my aunt, who I don't really get on with, was in that. So, but we'll talk about that more after the Stitches in Time podcast goes live. All right. Oh, it's an extender. Anyway, we got so loud, mainly because the Boots meal deal at the time, which was a sandwich or pasta salad, a bag of crisps, and a drink, included a fucking Rockstar energy drink. And not even one of the small, like, Red Bull ones, like one of the fucking tall boys. So it's me and Craig, Unreal Tournament, predominantly Instagib, battling between daytime TV shows. The things that Craig said to me, and the things that I said to Craig during that match, are things I have never said to another human being, living or dead. And I'm still proud of some of them. Anyway, there were complaints, Rob got mad, and we were banned from playing Unreal Tournament. That's when we started getting into Sniper Elite. Because it was... It had less screaming, less results. Oh yeah, no, Angelos, we did get loud as fuck during the DayZ era, but we did that after hours, so no one was allowed to complain. The Enfield Daves, holy shit. Friends, we didn't have comms. There wasn't, like, we couldn't get TeamSpeak working at CA, we didn't have Discord or anything like that, so we just fucking yelled at each other. Like, you type in-game, but to be perfectly honest, most of the time, you just screamed across an open-plan office. Ah, those were good days. Oh, Aeon, welcome back. Oh shit, I will have to bring our adventures to a close pretty soon. So let me get this chapter cleared. And again, I do miss that from game dev, the hang-in with people. Oh! So interestingly, so there's another bundle of wood that's hundreds of years old, but it says that the other materials were burned more frequently. We're not the first ones going through here recently. Okay. Ugh. Adam! Fuck. Sharks have a large two-lobed liver. Digestive nutrients are stored as oil, which is lighter than water. The liver thus takes the place of the bony fish's swim bladder. However, this is not as efficient as a buoyancy aid, and for this reason, many sharks have to keep moving or they tend to sink. Yeah, get fucked, sharks. Sinking bastards. Do-do-do-do-do-do! Look at that, the first one took us 2 hours, that only took us an hour and a half. Fucking yeah! We missed a lot of scans. Alright, let me just put my face out here. But I'm not going to go too far because otherwise I'll have to work it out. Oh, here we go. We can head to this little building. Okay, look at that though. Fucking hell, this game is incredible. The hell is this? Radiation levels elevated. Flare production enabled. I have a flare launcher now. Fuck, that's cool. Oh man, you showed this kind of lighting tech to Tiny Will? Oh, I lost my fucking shit. Alright, that's fucking cool. However, this is a good place to bring our adventures to a close, just because if I start now, like, I'm getting sucked into that whole thing. Okay. This is a good place. Look at that nice black background for it. credits. So, please stick around, friends. I will be passing you to one of our industry friendos or somebody who's streaming at the moment. See if I can find someone. Oh, apparently Lawrence Lure is not... Oh, shush me of the past. Oh, I know where we're going. I know where we're going. Aperios has been waiting for Fragpunk for ages, so I'm going to pass you over there in just a second, okay? But let's do our credits here in Lawrence Law. Okay, so... Hey, Marshal Rea, welcome and welcome. Yeah, you made it to the end. Congratulations! Rebels, you're entirely welcome. Like... I'm going to try not to be an overly feelsy mess, but I love doing this. I get to do this because you lot throw cash at my money, cash at my fucking face to keep me alive. Mostly to see me sob. I am fully aware of that. I have not the ability to stop, but you are a glorious bunch of Mother Hubbards. I love doing this. I love being able to do this every fucking... Thank you, is what I'm trying to say. Thank you. And to that end, I must thank the following people directly. Whether you were targeted by the Hunters of House Carl, or we had some, like, tier 3 subs of great renown. I've got to say a whole bunch of thank yous, alright? So, to Sadlin, a liter of bees! Fuck, that's good. Arrow Griffin, Quasimoto, Ketrel, and Jester, like, thank you all, seriously. To Akira Zero, Eriman, Divershi, Bacon Avenger, Vandbeast, Simple Chaos. Like, you know, it's bits and donations that keep this going. So, thank you. Alright. To Caffeine, Nova, and Rhymes with Moose, lovely to see you all today. Thank you so much for helping look after this cacophony of chaos. And to our lovely live action Pixel and the relentless Restless Roots. Oh, that was some good wordplay. Thank you for bringing raids in, you fucking legends. Alright. Okay, so I'm going to pass you over to Aperios. Now, Aperios is actually good at video games and is playing Fragpunk, which dropped today. I think they are a very good person to get a feel for it, to see whether or not it's worth your time or worth looking into. And considering that Fragpunk is a FPS dropping in a current environment, like, that's no small feat, right? Like, dropping a new shooty gun bang today? Like, fucking hell. I'm going to play this tune because I like it. Fragpunk does sound like it involves Cyberpunk Muppets, and maybe it does. We'll find out together. Honestly, I just want to introduce you to Aperios if you haven't met him. Dude's a fucking ledge and an excellent friend, so... So yeah, load up some emotes. Just spam your favourites as soon as we get in. I don't need anything fancy. I don't need a raid call. I just want to see that fucking wall of faces, you know what I mean? And I'm going to get some food. I've had this song stuck in my head all week. If you want Aeon, it could be sharks. I just like the animated ones. I'm gonna go for that. Alright, you beautiful Mother Hubbards. I'm trying to just sit here and boogie for the next half an hour. I'll see you all tomorrow for... Ah, fuck. Sharks. I forgot about depth. Fuck.
Just remembered